Reverse psychology. Make anyone think about you. Non-stop. Make them brutally addicted. Stoicism. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. John Milton. Have you ever wanted someone to be so captivated by you that they can't stop thinking about you? Reverse psychology might be the key. It's a subtle yet powerful approach that can influence the thoughts and behaviors of others without them even realizing it. In today's video, I'm going to reveal 7 techniques of reverse psychology that can make anyone think of you non-stop, making them brutally addicted to your presence. Welcome to Stoic in Your Life. On this channel, we focus on providing you with insightful and practical guidance inspired by Stoicism to help you master your relationships and reach your personal goals. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you do so now and turn on notifications to stay updated on all our future content. We'd love to hear your thoughts, so drop a comment below with topics you'd like us to cover. Now let's dive right into these 7 powerful techniques that will help you seize the attention and thoughts of that special person. Let's get started. 1. Make yourself desirable by showing limited interest. Have you ever wondered why people are often drawn to what they can't have or to those who seem just out of reach? There's a psychological reason behind this, deeply rooted in human nature, and it's known as reverse psychology. The concept is simple yet powerful. Make yourself desirable by showing limited interest. This principle plays on the natural inclination of people to desire what seems scarce or just beyond their grasp. Think about it. When something is too available, it loses its charm, but when it's a bit hard to get, it becomes more appealing. This is especially true in relationships. Men between the ages of 30 and 65 often seek connection, understanding, and attention. But the key to making yourself stand out in someone's mind is to master the art of showing just enough interest without giving everything away. This doesn't mean playing games or toying with emotions. Instead, it's about creating a dynamic that fosters intrigue and curiosity. When you limit your availability, you subtly send the message that your time is valuable, and people must work a bit harder to earn it. As the famous Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." This means that by valuing your time, energy, and attention, you project self-respect and confidence, which in turn makes you more attractive. For example, in social settings or even in digital communication, don't be the person who is always there, always the first to respond, or always ready to drop everything. Instead, engage in conversations with a sense of ease and calm, responding when you have something meaningful to say, rather than out of a sense of obligation. This subtly communicates that your time is limited and that you choose carefully where to invest your energy, which makes others more curious about you. A great piece of advice is to focus on your life, your passions, and your growth, instead of constantly seeking validation from others. When people see that you have a life full of activities, hobbies, and commitments that you prioritize, it makes you seem more interesting and independent. This independence is magnetic. People are naturally curious and want to be part of something vibrant and exciting, and when you're not overly eager to share your every moment, it encourages them to dig deeper. For instance, if you're someone who loves reading or has a passion for sports, don't be afraid to immerse yourself fully in those activities. Share your interests, but don't feel the need to broadcast every detail. This creates a sense of depth, and as the old saying goes, still waters run deep. The quiet, confident individual who doesn't feel the need to overshare often attracts more attention because there is always more to learn about them. Another essential aspect of this technique is understanding the value of patience and timing. The renowned Stoic Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This means our minds often rush ahead, thinking that if we don't act immediately, we might miss out. But the reality is that by pausing, observing, and carefully choosing your moments to engage, you not only appear more thoughtful, but also build anticipation. This can be incredibly effective in creating attraction. If you're constantly available, the other person may take your presence for granted, but if you show limited interest, they will start to wonder what you're doing, why you're not always around, and what they can do to gain more of your time. For example, instead of always being the one to initiate plans, let others reach out to you. When they do, don't immediately drop everything to accommodate them. If you have other commitments, honor them, and suggest another time that suits you. This demonstrates that you have a life beyond your interactions with them, which naturally makes you more appealing. Furthermore, it's vital to master the balance between showing interest and maintaining a level of mystery. There's a famous quote by Oscar Wilde that goes, "The only way to get rid of a temptation is to yield to it." This may seem contradictory, but when you think about it, if you give away everything at once, there's nothing left for others to wonder about, nothing more for them to seek out. By showing just enough interest to let someone know you care, but holding back enough to keep them curious, you maintain a sense of allure. For example, respond to their messages thoughtfully but not immediately, allowing time for anticipation to build. In conversations, listen attentively, ask engaging questions, but don't feel compelled to share every detail about yourself right away. This makes others eager to learn more, creating a sense of desire that grows over time. In modern life, where everyone is hyper-connected, constantly checking messages and sharing every moment on social media, there's a real power in being just a bit less available. This doesn't mean ignoring people or playing hard to get, but rather having the confidence to live your life fully and allowing others to come to you. The Stoic Epictetus emphasized this when he said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." You cannot control how others perceive you, but you can control how you present yourself. By maintaining your own space, interests, and priorities, you invite others to see you as someone who is complete, not needing external validation but rather enjoying connection on your own terms. Ultimately, the art of showing limited interest is about valuing yourself and your time. It's about creating a dynamic where others are drawn to your self-assuredness and intrigued by the mystery you embody. Remember, it's not about manipulation. It's about fostering genuine attraction by maintaining a sense of self-worth. When you make your own life a priority, it naturally makes others want to be part of it. So, as you navigate relationships, be it in personal life or professional settings, keep in mind that true confidence doesn't beg for attention. It attracts it by living authentically and purposefully. 2. Use scarcity to create desire. The things you own end up owning you. This famous quote from Chuck Palahniuk's Fight Club speaks to the nature of human desire, how the things we covet often consume us more than we might realize. When it comes to relationships or making someone think about you constantly, there's a profound truth here. People are naturally drawn to what feels scarce or hard to obtain. This is where the principle of scarcity comes into play, a technique that's deeply rooted in reverse psychology. Scarcity creates a sense of value, urgency, and importance, and it's something that can make people want you more when they feel like they can't have you at all times. Think about it. What happens when a product goes out of stock or when there's only a limited number of tickets for a concert? People suddenly scramble to get it, driven by a fear of missing out. The same principle applies to your time and attention. When it's limited, it becomes more valuable. Now, let's be clear. This doesn't mean you should act unavailable or ignore people completely. Instead, it's about balancing your availability and creating the perception that your time and attention are valuable commodities. Imagine you're always the one who's ready to reply instantly, to drop everything when someone calls, or to rearrange your plans to accommodate someone else. What message does this send? It might feel like you're being caring and considerate, but it often sends the opposite message. People begin to take you for granted, assuming you'll always be there, which leads to them valuing your presence less. By simply limiting your availability, you create a sense of scarcity around your time, making others cherish the moments they do get with you. This doesn't mean playing games, but rather prioritizing yourself and your own activities. Think about your own experiences. Have you ever been more intrigued by someone who seems to have a full, busy life compared to someone who appears to have nothing else going on? When you see someone who is focused on their own goals, hobbies, or passions, it makes them seem more interesting, and naturally, you want to know more about them. That's the allure of scarcity. People want what they can't easily get, and they're willing to make an effort to get it. A good example is a friend I know, let's call him James. James is a passionate entrepreneur who loves hiking. He would always make time for his weekly adventures in nature, no matter what. Initially, when he started dating someone new, he made it clear that his Sunday hikes were non-negotiable. This didn't push people away. Instead, it made them more curious about his passion and eager to be part of it. By not rearranging his schedule, he communicated that he values his own time, and this made others value it too. What is scarce is valuable, and what is valuable is desired. This simple truth explains why scarcity works so well in the realm of attraction. By being selective about your availability, you're setting a standard for how you wish to be treated. It tells others that you are someone who has a life outside of them, and this can be incredibly attractive. This doesn't mean being arrogant or playing hard to get. It's about having your own priorities and sticking to them. When you're busy, engaged, and focused on your own life, you don't have to pretend to be scarce. It happens naturally. People will appreciate the time you do share with them because they know it's not something you give away freely. Here's a question for you. When was the last time you genuinely missed someone or something? Perhaps it was a friend you hadn't seen in a while or a show that hadn't released a new season yet. The point is, scarcity creates desire. The absence makes the heart grow fonder, as the saying goes. And when people have to wait, when they have to wonder when they'll see you or hear from you next, it builds anticipation, which in turn fuels attraction. But it's also essential to strike a balance because if you're too absent or unresponsive, you risk creating distance instead of desire. The key is to be intentional about how and when you interact, giving just enough to keep the connection alive and meaningful, while still maintaining your own space. So, how can you put this into practice? Start by focusing on your own life, your hobbies, and your passions. Make time for things that fulfill you, whether it's a sport, a creative outlet, or even just spending time with family and friends. When you have plans, don't feel the need to cancel them for someone else. Stick to your commitments and suggest alternative times when you are genuinely free. This doesn't only make you seem more interesting, but it also shows that you have respect for your own time, which encourages others to do the same. In social settings, don't be the one who clings to conversations. Instead, be comfortable stepping back and allowing others to reach out to you. When you do engage, make it count. Be present. Be attentive. But don't feel the need to overstay your welcome. This creates an air of mystery and leaves them wanting more. He who chases two hares catches neither. This old proverb reminds us that when you try too hard to grasp everything, you end up with nothing. When you are too available, when you try too hard to be liked, or when you spread yourself too thin, you lose the very essence of what makes you intriguing and desirable. Be confident in the value of your time, and don't be afraid to set boundaries. When people see that you are someone who values yourself, they will naturally begin to see you as someone worth valuing. Scarcity doesn't mean detachment, it means selectivity. By being intentional about how you invest your time and energy, you're not only protecting yourself but also creating a dynamic where people are drawn to you without even realizing why. Scarcity is not about manipulation but about self-respect. It's about knowing your worth and allowing others to see it too. When you make your time valuable, you're teaching others to appreciate it. So instead of being the person who is always there, always accessible, try being the person who is present, but also has a life full of purpose. Engage, but don't cling. Show interest, but don't overwhelm. Create space, and in that space you will find that people's desire to be closer to you will grow naturally. That's the power of scarcity, and that's how you make anyone think about you nonstop. 3. Create intrigue and mystery. Another most effective ways to make someone think about you nonstop is to create a sense of intrigue and mystery. There's something incredibly powerful about leaving things unsaid, about not revealing everything right away. When people are curious, their minds are constantly working to fill in the blanks, and this leads them to think more about you, trying to solve the puzzle you've presented. Have you ever found yourself captivated by a person who didn't give everything away too quickly? Someone who seemed to have layers you were eager to uncover? This is the art of intrigue, and it's something that has been employed for centuries, not just in personal relationships, but even in storytelling, marketing, and leadership. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This wisdom can be applied to how you present yourself. It's not about hiding who you are, but about revealing just enough to spark interest and keep others wanting more. Creating intrigue is all about balancing openness with a touch of mystery. In today's world, where everyone seems to be oversharing on social media, there is something undeniably captivating about someone who holds back, who doesn't reveal every thought or detail about their life. This doesn't mean being secretive for the sake of it, but rather, allowing others to see that there is more beneath the surface, encouraging them to invest more time and attention in getting to know you. Think about your favorite novel or TV show. The ones that keep you glued to your seat are often those that give you enough information to get invested, but leave enough out to make you want to keep going, to discover more. The same principle applies to personal interactions. When you don't rush to reveal every aspect of your personality or every detail of your life, you give people a reason to keep coming back. Ask yourself this: when was the last time you felt truly captivated by someone? Was it because they told you everything up front? Or because they revealed things slowly, piece by piece, keeping you engaged and intrigued? Consider this. When you meet someone new, there's often a natural curiosity about who they are, what their life is like, and what makes them tick. But if they immediately lay everything out for you, that sense of curiosity can fade quickly. On the other hand, if they share a fascinating story but leave it hanging, or mention a hobby without going into all the details, you find yourself wanting to know more, asking questions and thinking about them even when they're not around. This is the essence of creating intrigue, giving just enough to keep someone's interest piqued, but not so much that there's nothing left to discover. Think about how you can apply this in your own life. Instead of rushing to share every detail about your weekend or your plans, why not offer a hint and let others ask? Instead of divulging everything about a project you're working on, why not share just a teaser that sparks curiosity? As Oscar Wilde once said, "The truth is rarely pure and never simple." When it comes to creating mystery, this quote holds true. People are naturally drawn to complexity, to things that aren't immediately obvious or easy to understand. When you embody this, you give others a reason to think about you, to try and unravel who you are, and in doing so, you become more memorable. But remember, mystery should never be forced or artificial. It should be an authentic expression of who you are, a genuine reflection of your depth and complexity. If you're passionate about something, share it, but don't feel obligated to tell everything at once. If you have an interesting past experience, hint at it, but let the details unfold naturally over time. This not only keeps people interested, but also allows them to get to know you at a deeper, more meaningful level. Modern life often pushes us to be open books, to share every aspect of our day, our thoughts, our routines. But there's power in restraint. By not revealing everything, you're also respecting your own boundaries, and this can make you more confident and self-assured. Think of it like building a relationship one brick at a time, instead of dumping all the bricks in a pile and hoping it forms a structure. The more people feel like they have to work to get to know you, the more they will value the connection they create with you. And isn't that what we all want? To be seen, to be understood, but also to be valued for who we are, not just for what we choose to display. Consider applying this concept of mystery in the way you communicate. Perhaps you're on a date, and instead of sharing your life story within the first 30 minutes, you could weave in small, intriguing hints about your passions, your travels, or your hobbies. Maybe at work you choose to let your actions speak louder than your words, allowing your results to build a reputation rather than constantly explaining your plans. Each interaction becomes an opportunity to plant a seed of curiosity, one that keeps people thinking about you long after the conversation ends. As the saying goes, leave them wanting more. By doing so, you don't just create intrigue, you build deeper, more meaningful connections that are rooted in mutual curiosity and respect. Ultimately, creating intrigue and mystery is not about manipulation. It's about embracing your own complexity and allowing others the space to discover it gradually. It's about building connections that are based on more than just surface-level exchanges. So, next time you find yourself in a conversation, pause before you overshare. Think about what you truly want to communicate, and let your words be just enough to invite questions to encourage engagement. Ask open-ended questions in return, sparking dialogue rather than monologue, and you'll find that people are not only more engaged, but more invested in who you are. In essence, by mastering the art of intrigue, you invite others to embark on a journey of discovery with you, one that is rewarding, fulfilling, and endlessly fascinating. How can you start creating this sense of mystery in your own life today? Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on to the next segment, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude. It's truly a pleasure to have you as part of our community. Feel free to share your story or personal thoughts in the comments. And if you're not sure what to say, just comment, "I am a newbie," if you've recently joined us, or "I am Stoic," if you've been with us for a while. Your engagement is not just a sign of your presence, but a great source of motivation for us. All right, let's keep this journey going together, shall we? 4. Use the psychology of mirroring. We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Seneca. This insight from the great Stoic philosopher Seneca reminds us of the power of perception and connection. When it comes to building attraction or making someone think of you constantly, one of the most subtle yet powerful techniques you can use is the psychology of mirroring. This concept is not new. It's deeply embedded in human behavior and communication, yet many of us don't consciously realize how effective it can be. At its core, mirroring is about reflecting the other person's behavior, gestures, speech patterns, or even energy levels. When done correctly, it creates a sense of familiarity and comfort, making the other person feel understood and connected to you on a deeper level. But how does this work, and why is it so effective? Think about it. Have you ever noticed how people who get along well tend to mirror each other's body language or tone? When two people are engaged in a good conversation, they often subconsciously adopt similar postures, mirror hand gestures, or match each other's pace and tone of speech. This happens because humans are wired to respond positively to those who resemble us, even in subtle ways. Like attracts like, as the saying goes, and mirroring taps into this fundamental human tendency. By subtly reflecting someone's behavior, you send a nonverbal signal that says, "I am like you. We are in sync." This creates a sense of trust and rapport, which can be incredibly powerful, whether you're trying to build a romantic connection, enhance your influence in business, or simply strengthen a friendship. For instance, in a business meeting, if the person you're speaking to leans forward while discussing a point, try leaning forward slightly as well. If they speak with a calm, deliberate tone, match that energy instead of responding in a rushed or overly excited manner. It's not about mimicking or copying, but about creating harmony in your interactions. The renowned psychologist Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Mirroring acts as a catalyst for this transformation, allowing people to feel more comfortable and open around you because they subconsciously see a reflection of themselves. Let's bring this idea into modern life. Think about your daily interactions, whether it's a date, a work setting, or a casual conversation. How often do you find yourself really tuning into the other person's vibe? Most of us are so focused on what we want to say next that we miss the opportunity to build a connection by simply matching the other person's rhythm. Start observing how they speak. Are they fast-paced and enthusiastic, or more laid-back and reflective? Do they use a lot of hand gestures, or are they more reserved? By subtly mirroring these behaviors, you make them feel at ease, almost as if they are interacting with a more relatable version of themselves. This doesn't mean losing your authenticity. Rather, it's about finding a way to connect with them on their level. Now, this can be expanded beyond just body language. The psychology of mirroring can be used in how you respond to people emotionally. If someone is sharing an exciting story, match their enthusiasm and energy. Smile, nod, and engage. If they're discussing something more serious or reflective, respond with a calmer, empathetic tone. This shows emotional intelligence and makes them feel understood. Consider this. When was the last time you felt truly understood by someone? Chances are it was during a conversation where the other person mirrored your emotional state, allowing you to feel safe and heard. That's the essence of what mirroring can do. It helps to build bridges where there might otherwise be gaps. Famous author Dale Carnegie, in his timeless book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, emphasized the importance of making others feel important and understood. Mirroring is a tool that can help you do just that without having to say a word. It's not about manipulation, but about creating a natural, authentic connection. However, the key is subtlety. If someone catches on that you're overtly copying their actions, it can have the opposite effect, making them feel uncomfortable. The goal is to be attentive, not intrusive. Use this technique with finesse, and you'll find it easier to establish rapport, whether it's with a new client, a friend, or even a romantic interest. For example, I remember a friend of mine who was exceptionally skilled at this. Whenever he would meet new clients, he would quickly adapt to their way of speaking and behaving. If they were formal and professional, he mirrored that tone. If they were relaxed and casual, he followed suit. This adaptability allowed him to connect with people from various backgrounds effortlessly, and it was no surprise that his clients always felt comfortable around him, often leading to long-term business relationships. You can apply this same principle in your daily interactions. Are you meeting someone new? Start by observing how they greet you. If they give a firm handshake, reciprocate with the same confidence. If they seem reserved, respect their space and don't overwhelm them with too much enthusiasm. The power of mirroring also extends to language and phrases. People are more inclined to trust and agree with someone who uses similar words and expressions. If you notice someone uses specific phrases often, integrate those into your responses naturally. It makes them feel as though you are on the same wavelength, which can deepen the connection. Words are, of course, the most powerful drug used by mankind. As Rudyard Kipling said, by choosing your words wisely and matching the linguistic style of the person you are interacting with, you can enhance your communication and make a lasting impression. The psychology of mirroring is a simple yet profound way to build connections. It taps into our natural inclination to be around people who reflect aspects of ourselves. When you master the art of mirroring, you're not just making someone feel comfortable, you're building a sense of trust, safety, and familiarity. So, the next time you're looking to create a deeper connection, pay close attention to the other person's behavior, tone, and body language. Reflect it back subtly, and watch how quickly barriers dissolve, leading to more meaningful, authentic interactions. Think about this. How can you use mirroring to improve your interactions today, and where can it help you the most? The key to success, as Stoics often taught, is in mastering the art of subtlety and understanding, and mirroring gives you the perfect tool to do just that. 5. Generate anticipation and suspense. The fifth powerful way to make someone think about you constantly is by creating a sense of anticipation and suspense. People are naturally drawn to what is unknown and exciting, and this applies not just to relationships but to many aspects of life. When there's an element of mystery or something to look forward to, our minds latch onto it, trying to predict or imagine what will happen next. This is why the best stories, movies, and even marketing campaigns leave people hanging, wanting more. Have you ever watched a TV series that ended on a cliffhanger, and you found yourself eagerly waiting for the next episode? That's the power of suspense, and it works just as well in your interactions with people. As the famous Stoic philosopher Seneca said, "Expecting is the greatest impediment to living. In anticipation of tomorrow, it loses today." But if you master anticipation wisely, it can work to your advantage by keeping people's attention focused on you. Think about your daily interactions, whether it's in your personal life or professional relationships. When was the last time you left someone intrigued, thinking about what you would do or say next? You might have shared a plan but left out some details or hinted at something exciting without fully revealing it. This subtle play creates a mental itch, a curiosity that makes them think about you even when you're not around. For example, if you're planning a date or an outing with someone, don't give away all the details up front. Instead, say something like, "I have a surprise planned for us this weekend that I think you're going to love. I'll tell you more later." This little bit of suspense makes them eager to know what's coming, and their mind keeps circling back to you, trying to guess what the surprise could be. Similarly, in professional settings, anticipation can be a great tool. Let's say you're about to present a new project to your team or pitch an idea to clients. Rather than laying everything out immediately, build up to the big reveal. Start with a teaser, giving hints about how your idea can solve a problem or bring value, but save the most exciting part for later. Steve Jobs was a master at this. Whenever he introduced new Apple products, he would start by slowly unveiling the features, building up excitement until the final, grand reveal. This strategy didn't just inform, it created a sense of thrill and anticipation that kept the audience hanging on every word. You don't have to be launching the next iPhone to use this technique. Even in everyday conversations, leaving a bit of mystery can make your interactions more engaging. Another way to create anticipation is through storytelling. We all know how a good story can captivate an audience, but what makes a story compelling? It's the suspense. The way the storyteller unfolds details slowly, making you want to know more. Let's take a look at how this plays out in real life. I have a friend who is an amazing storyteller. Whenever we meet, he shares these fascinating, yet incomplete stories, often ending with a cliffhanger like, "But you'll never guess what happened next. I'll tell you later." It drives us crazy, but it also makes us look forward to seeing him again, just to hear the rest of the story. He doesn't do it to be manipulative. It's just his way of making our gatherings more interesting, and it works. The same principle can be applied to your social interactions. If you want to keep someone intrigued, don't feel the need to share everything immediately. Share bits and pieces and let them ask questions. The more they wonder, the more invested they become in the conversation and in you. Suspense also plays a role in how you communicate online. Today, with everyone connected via social media, emails, and messages, it's easy to overshare or respond immediately. But there's value in holding back just a bit. If someone sends you a message, don't rush to reply right away, especially if it's a topic that doesn't require an urgent answer. Take your time to craft a thoughtful response. This doesn't mean playing games or deliberately ignoring people, but rather showing that you're not always available, which can build a sense of anticipation. As the saying goes, distance makes the heart grow fonder. Sometimes taking a step back creates room for curiosity and appreciation. It allows others to value your presence because they don't take it for granted. Let's bring this back to a practical lesson. The key to generating anticipation is balance. Too much suspense without any payoff can be frustrating and lead to disappointment, while too little suspense makes things predictable and boring. You have to know when to reveal information and when to hold back. Think of it as setting the stage for a play. You give your audience a glimpse of what's behind the curtain, but you don't pull it all the way up until the right moment. So, next time you're trying to make a lasting impression, consider how you can use anticipation to your advantage. Can you drop a hint about something exciting that's coming up? Can you share just enough of a story to make someone curious to learn more? Can you build up a conversation to a point where the other person is eagerly waiting for your next words? Anticipation is not just a technique for building suspense in movies. It's a skill you can use in everyday life to keep people engaged and interested in you. It's about creating a sense of excitement, a reason for someone to think about you even when you're not there. But remember, it's not about trickery. It's about building genuine connections by making your interactions more dynamic and compelling. So, ask yourself, how can you create a little suspense in your conversations today? What can you do to keep others guessing, curious, and excited to hear more from you? Mastering this technique is like mastering the art of good storytelling. It keeps people coming back, and it makes your presence felt even when you're not around. As Aristotle wisely said, the secret to humor is surprise, and the same can be said for attraction. Keep people on their toes and they'll always want more. 6. Create intense shared experiences. One of the most effective ways to make someone think about you nonstop and build a strong, lasting connection is by creating intense shared experiences. This concept goes beyond the ordinary interactions we have every day. It involves moments that evoke strong emotions, whether they're filled with excitement, joy, or even a little bit of fear. The power of shared experiences lies in their ability to bond people together on a deeper level, creating memories that linger in the mind long after the moment has passed. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "We are not disturbed by things, but by the views we take of them." What this means is that our emotions are driven not just by events themselves, but by how we perceive and experience those events. When you create an intense experience with someone, you are crafting a memory that they'll carry with them, making them think of you each time they recall that feeling. Think about this. When was the last time you had an unforgettable experience with someone? Maybe it was a thrilling adventure, like skydiving or a spontaneous road trip, or perhaps it was a simple but deeply meaningful moment, like sharing a heartfelt conversation under the stars. These kinds of experiences stay with us because they're not just about what we did, but about how we felt in that moment. That's the key to creating intensity. It's about tapping into emotions and making the other person feel something profound. For example, if you're on a date, instead of going to the usual restaurant, why not plan something a little out of the ordinary, like taking a sunset hike or going to a live music event? These settings naturally create a sense of excitement and anticipation, turning a simple outing into an unforgettable memory. People remember how you make them feel, and by setting the stage for intense, positive emotions, you ensure they'll think about you long after the moment has passed. The same principle applies to friendships and even professional relationships. Have you ever bonded with a coworker because you both stayed late to finish a big project, or because you faced a challenging situation together? That's because intense experiences create a sense of camaraderie and connection. When you work through something difficult or share a moment of success, it builds a bridge between you and the other person, making the relationship stronger. The famous saying, "Adversity makes strange bedfellows," captures this well. It's often through shared trials and challenges that the deepest connections are formed. But it's not just about hard times. Positive experiences can be just as powerful. For instance, if you're trying to build a stronger connection with a friend, consider inviting them to join you for a new experience, like learning to cook a new dish together or attending a workshop. These shared activities can bring out new sides of your personalities and give you something unique to bond over. Now you might be wondering, why does this work so well? It all comes down to our brain chemistry. When we engage in activities that trigger adrenaline, endorphins, or even dopamine, our brains associate those feelings with the people we're with. Have you ever noticed how people who go through exciting or even scary situations together seem to form strong bonds? That's because our brains are wired to connect those heightened emotions with the individuals present, creating a deeper sense of attachment. This is why something as simple as watching a suspenseful movie with someone can make you feel closer to them. It's not just about the activity itself, but the shared emotions that make it special. As you think about your own relationships, consider what kind of experiences you've shared with others that have brought you closer. Were they intense because they were challenging, joyful, or unexpected? It's important to remember that creating intense experiences doesn't have to be expensive or elaborate. Sometimes the most powerful memories come from moments of vulnerability and openness. Imagine having a deep, late-night conversation with someone where you both share your dreams, fears, or past struggles. This level of emotional intensity can create a bond that lasts because it involves trust and genuine connection. A good way to think about this is to ask yourself, how can I make this moment more memorable? Can I make someone laugh? Can I make them feel seen? Or can I make them feel understood? The more you tap into these emotional elements, the more likely it is that they'll think of you in a positive light. As Seneca wisely observed, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. When you focus on creating meaningful present experiences with others, you are also giving them a gift that they'll cherish for a long time. Another aspect to consider is the element of surprise. People often become addicted to the unexpected because it breaks the monotony of their routine. When you surprise someone with an unexpected gesture or a spontaneous plan, it heightens the experience and makes it stand out. For example, if you've noticed that your friend has been stressed at work, you could surprise them by organizing a small, fun outing or a relaxing day at the spa. It doesn't have to be extravagant, just something that shows you're paying attention and care about their well-being. It's the thoughtfulness and the willingness to step out of the ordinary that makes these gestures memorable. If you want to make a lasting impression and ensure that someone keeps thinking about you, focus on creating intense shared experiences. Whether it's through an adrenaline-filled adventure, a heartfelt conversation, or simply a new and exciting activity, these moments build connections that go beyond superficial interactions. Think about how you can bring more intensity into your relationships. Can you introduce them to something you're passionate about, or maybe share a personal story that you've kept to yourself? Can you be the person who makes them feel more alive, more seen, or more appreciated? These are the experiences that linger, that people reflect on, and that make them want to come back for more. As Aristotle said, the energy of the mind is the essence of life. By channeling your energy into creating meaningful, intense moments with others, you ensure that you're not just part of their lives, but a memorable and irreplaceable presence within them. So, ask yourself, how can you start creating those unforgettable experiences today? If you've made it this far, you're a master of strategy. Drop a comment saying, "I am in control," to show you're committed to mastering the art of reverse psychology. Stick around because the best insights are yet to come. 7. Practice the psychology of positive reinforcement. There's a simple yet powerful truth that guides human behavior. We are naturally drawn to people, experiences, and situations that make us feel good. This is where the psychology of positive reinforcement comes into play. If you want to make someone think about you constantly, it's essential to make sure their interactions with you are positive, rewarding, and enjoyable. This concept, deeply rooted in behavioral psychology, suggests that when someone receives positive feedback or experiences something pleasant, they are likely to seek that same experience again. Think about it. Why do we frequent the same restaurants, enjoy the company of certain friends, or keep returning to the same hobbies? It's because they bring us joy, comfort, and satisfaction. As Marcus Aurelius once said, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By practicing positive reinforcement, you can ensure that the quality of thoughts someone associates with you remains uplifting and favorable, thereby increasing the likelihood that they will keep you on their mind. Now, how can you apply this in real life? It starts with paying attention to the small things. Compliments, kind words, acts of appreciation, and genuine encouragement are simple yet effective ways to practice positive reinforcement. When someone does something you appreciate, no matter how small, acknowledge it. Let's say a friend goes out of their way to help you with a project. Thanking them sincerely and letting them know how much you value their assistance can leave a lasting impression. People love to feel appreciated, and when they do, they are more inclined to repeat those behaviors. This doesn't mean flattery or empty praise, but rather genuine recognition of someone's efforts and qualities. It's like planting a seed. When you water it with positive reinforcement, it grows into a strong and healthy connection. Think about a time when someone praised you for something you did, and how that made you feel. It probably gave you a sense of pride and motivation, and perhaps even encouraged you to do better. This is because positive reinforcement not only makes people feel good, but also builds their confidence. Dale Carnegie, in his timeless book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, emphasized the importance of making others feel important and valued. He noted that people rarely succeed unless they have fun in what they are doing. The same is true for relationships. When you make others feel good about themselves when they are around you, they will naturally be drawn to your presence because it makes them feel valued and important. This principle can also be applied to romantic relationships. If you're trying to build a deeper connection with someone, focusing on what they do right instead of pointing out their flaws can make a significant difference. Positive reinforcement doesn't have to be over the top. Sometimes a simple, "I really appreciate how thoughtful you are," or "You make me feel understood," can go a long way. These words act as small but powerful affirmations that reinforce positive behavior, making the other person feel secure and cherished. Have you ever noticed how children react when they are praised for something, even if it's as simple as drawing a picture? They beam with pride and are motivated to do more. Adults are not much different. We all crave acknowledgement and encouragement, and when we receive it, we want to maintain that feeling. In professional settings, positive reinforcement can strengthen your work relationships and build trust. For example, if a colleague excels at a task or brings a fresh idea to the table, acknowledging their contribution can foster a positive working environment. It can be as straightforward as saying, "Your insights really helped improve our project. Thank you for your effort." This kind of reinforcement encourages open communication and collaboration because people feel that their contributions are seen and valued. When people associate you with feelings of validation and respect, they will not only think of you positively, but will also be more inclined to seek your company and advice. It builds a network of trust, which is a cornerstone of successful relationships, both personal and professional. There's also an element of reciprocity here. When you regularly practice positive reinforcement, you are likely to receive the same in return. People respond to positivity, and when they feel good because of you, they often want to reciprocate that feeling. Think of it as creating a cycle of goodwill. Your kind words and actions encourage the same in others, leading to stronger, more supportive bonds. This is why leaders who regularly praise their teams tend to see higher morale and productivity. The saying, "What goes around comes around," fits perfectly in this context. By putting out positivity, you create a ripple effect that comes back to you, sometimes in ways you might not expect. Another great way to implement positive reinforcement is through active listening. When someone talks to you, show genuine interest by listening attentively and responding thoughtfully. People feel validated when they are heard, and this simple act can make a huge difference in how they perceive you. Acknowledge their feelings, offer words of encouragement, and let them know that their thoughts matter. This can be especially powerful because, in today's fast-paced world, many people feel unheard or overlooked. By giving them your full attention and responding positively, you create an emotional connection that keeps you in their thoughts. Seneca said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." When you listen more and speak with purpose, you reinforce positive engagement, making your interactions more memorable and impactful. Ultimately, the lesson here is simple. If you want someone to think about you constantly, make sure that their experience of you is a positive one. Be the person who brings warmth, encouragement, and good energy into their life. Whether it's through a compliment, a thoughtful gesture, or simply taking the time to listen, these acts of positive reinforcement will make you stand out in a world where negativity often dominates. Ask yourself, what can I do today to make someone feel valued? Can I offer a word of encouragement, acknowledge someone's effort, or show appreciation in a way that feels authentic. When you consistently practice these small acts of kindness, you become a source of comfort and positivity, someone others look forward to seeing and thinking about. Positive reinforcement is not just about praising others. It's about building a cycle of positive energy that makes interactions fulfilling and memorable. It's about giving people a reason to smile and making sure they associate those feelings with you. So take this knowledge and apply it. Next time you interact with someone, think about how you can leave a positive mark on their day. Remember, as the Stoic Marcus Aurelius said, very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself and your way of thinking. Use your positive reinforcement to be that little spark in someone's life, and watch how it brings warmth, connection, and lasting memories. And there you have it. 7 powerful reverse psychology techniques to make someone think of you nonstop and build a lasting connection. Remember, it's not about manipulation, but about understanding how our actions can shape others' perceptions and creating more meaningful relationships. When used genuinely and respectfully, these techniques can help you attract attention and deepen your bonds. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, share it with others who might find it helpful, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life. Don't forget to turn on the notifications so you never miss out on our upcoming videos. We'd love to hear your thoughts and suggestions, so drop a comment below and let us know what topics you'd like us to cover next. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Remember, the power to change your life and relationships lies within you. Keep growing, keep learning, and we'll see you in the next video. Click on the video on your screen now to continue exploring more ways to enhance your life with the wisdom of Stoicism. See you soon. 11 ways to make them regret not valuing you. Stoicism. It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Epictetus. Welcome back to Stoic in Your Life. Have you ever felt like you're giving so much of yourself but getting little in return? It's frustrating, right? We've all been there, questioning why certain people just can't seem to recognize our true worth. But today, we're flipping the script. We're going to show them what they're missing out on. You're about to discover 11 powerful Stoic strategies to make them regret not valuing you the way you deserve. But first, let's dive deep. Why does their indifference sting so much? Why do their dismissive actions leave you feeling hollow? If you're crushed by someone's lack of appreciation, it might be a sign that you're placing too much value on their opinion. Remember, before they came along, you were whole and complete on your own. Sometimes, when we start seeking validation from others, we lose sight of our own worth. But here's the thing. Embracing and understanding your emotions is key. Ignoring them won't help you grow. Realizing your value isn't tied to someone else's recognition is the first step toward reclaiming your power and moving forward with confidence. Today, we're diving deep into 11 powerful ways to make those who didn't see your worth think twice. This isn't about playing games or being manipulative. It's about reclaiming your sense of self-worth and carrying yourself with the quiet confidence that commands respect. So, whether you felt slighted by a partner, friend, or colleague, these strategies will empower you to shift the dynamics in your favor while staying true to Stoic principles. Let's get started with a firm foundation in Stoic wisdom and bring that wisdom into our everyday lives. The first thing to remember is that a true Stoic doesn't let others' opinions dictate their self-worth. As Marcus Aurelius wisely put it, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Imagine you're in a situation where someone important to you isn't giving you the appreciation you deserve. It stings, doesn't it? But here's where Stoicism comes into play. A Stoic knows that the only things within our control are our thoughts, actions, and reactions. Everything else, including others' opinions, is beyond our control. So why let their lack of appreciation disturb your peace? When you realize this, you free yourself from the chains of seeking validation from others and begin to value yourself for who you are. Next, consider why this lack of appreciation bothers you. Seneca tells us, "He who is brave is free." The bravery here lies in facing our discomfort and understanding its root. Ask yourself, why does this bug me so much? Is it because you've placed too much value on someone else's opinion? Or perhaps it's because their judgment touches on an insecurity of yours. Whatever the reason, acknowledging it allows you to address it and move forward with clarity. Remember, your worth isn't tied to their recognition. It's rooted in your actions, your virtues, and your character. One of the key strategies in making others regret not valuing you is to shift your focus back to yourself. This doesn't mean becoming self-centered, but rather investing in your growth and well-being. Epictetus famously said, "No man is free who is not a master of himself." When you dedicate time and energy to improving yourself, whether it's through learning, fitness, or honing a skill, you naturally become more confident. This self-assuredness radiates outward, often prompting those who once undervalued you to reassess their judgments. After all, nothing is more attractive than a person who knows their worth and isn't afraid to show it. Another crucial aspect of Stoic philosophy is understanding that the universe operates in ways we may not always comprehend. "Fate leads the willing and drags along the unwilling," wrote Seneca. If someone in your life fails to see your value, perhaps it's the universe's way of guiding you toward better connections and opportunities. Instead of dwelling on the loss, view it as a redirection. Use this as a time to strengthen your inner circle with those who genuinely appreciate and uplift you. Furthermore, never underestimate the power of silence. When someone doesn't value you, often the most powerful response is no response at all. Silence can speak volumes where words might fall short. As the Stoics would advise, don't waste your energy on those who don't deserve it. Instead, reserve your time and effort for those who recognize your value. In the long run, your calm and measured approach will make them reconsider their initial judgment. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Seneca reminds us, urging us to invest our time wisely. Now let's discuss the importance of setting boundaries. Boundaries are crucial in maintaining your dignity and self-respect. By establishing clear limits on how you allow others to treat you, you send a strong message that you won't tolerate being undervalued. This might mean saying no to requests that don't serve your well-being or distancing yourself from toxic relationships. As Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." By embodying this mindset, you rise above the pettiness of others and protect your peace. It's also essential to cultivate a mindset of abundance rather than scarcity. Often, the fear of losing someone's favor keeps us trapped in unhealthy dynamics. But when you adopt the belief that there are plenty of opportunities, connections, and experiences out there, you no longer cling to those who don't appreciate you. This mindset shift can be incredibly liberating and can change how others perceive you, often leading them to regret taking you for granted. Lastly, remember that revenge in the Stoic sense isn't about hurting the other person, but about becoming so strong, so self-assured, and so at peace with yourself that their lack of appreciation no longer affects you. The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury, Marcus Aurelius advised. By living this way, you transform the pain of being undervalued into a catalyst for personal growth and resilience. In closing, these strategies aren't just about making others regret not valuing you. They're about recognizing your own worth and living in a way that reflects that knowledge. When you stop chasing others' approval and start living according to your own values, you become the person others wish they hadn't overlooked. And in doing so, you not only command respect but also create a life of fulfillment and purpose, guided by the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. It's essential to acknowledge that even the most stoic among us are not immune to hurt feelings. Stoics, too, experience pain, but rather than allowing it to dominate their thoughts and emotions, they use it as a catalyst for personal growth. They don't wallow in their discomfort. Instead, they ask themselves, what can I learn from this experience? How can this adversity make me stronger? By approaching challenges with this mindset, every slight, every cold shoulder becomes an opportunity to build resilience and deepen their self-reliance. Stoics also master the art of detachment, not in a way that makes them indifferent to others, but in a manner that preserves their inner peace. They value relationships and cherish the affection of others, but they do not depend on it for their happiness. This detachment isn't about closing off from the world. It's about understanding that true contentment comes from within, from one's actions and virtues rather than from external validation. Have you ever found yourself overly affected by someone else's opinion, only to realize later that your sense of self-worth was never truly at risk? This is the essence of Stoic detachment, a practice that teaches us to find joy in our own company and to appreciate others without becoming emotionally dependent on their approval. Moreover, Stoics practice self-compassion, reminding themselves daily that, I'm doing my best and that's enough. This affirmation isn't just about boosting self-esteem. It's a shield against the negative impact of being undervalued by others. By recognizing their efforts and maintaining a strong sense of self-worth, Stoics can navigate the world with a calm assurance that protects them from the harsh judgments or dismissals of others. Consider a time when you felt undervalued at work or in a relationship. How might things have changed if you had firmly believed that your best efforts were sufficient? In this way, Stoicism teaches us to focus not on changing others' opinions, but on living with integrity, embodying the belief that the best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury, as Marcus Aurelius wisely said. As we delve into these 11 steps today, let's carry this Stoic mindset with us. The goal isn't just to make others regret not valuing us, but to transcend the need for their validation altogether. Imagine standing firm in your self-worth, unaffected by others' inability to see it. That's the power of Stoicism. Now that we've set the stage with positivity and self-awareness, let's dive into the game-changing techniques that will not only make them regret undervaluing you, but also empower you to live with unshakable confidence. Remember, the true victory isn't in changing others' minds. It's in changing your own perspective and living in a way that honors your true worth. With that mindset, you're not just learning how to make others see your value. You're learning how to embody it so fully that no one else's opinion could ever diminish it. So, are you ready to become unstoppable? Let's roll. Number 1, value yourself. All right, my friend, let's kick things off with the first of our 11 transformative steps, embracing your inherent value. Now, this isn't just a feel-good exercise. It's the bedrock of how you present yourself to the world, and, in turn, how others perceive and treat you. When you genuinely acknowledge your self-worth, you're not just boosting your confidence, you're sending out a powerful message to everyone around you. I know my value, and so should you. So what does it truly mean to value yourself? It's about recognizing that you are whole, complete, and deserving of respect just as you are. This isn't about ego or arrogance. It's about having a healthy, balanced self-perception that empowers you in every aspect of life. When you start valuing yourself, you automatically raise the bar for how others treat you. Imagine the ripple effect this has. Your friends, colleagues, or even your romantic partner will start to notice the shift in your demeanor. They might not be able to put their finger on it right away, but they'll definitely feel it. Maybe it's the way you're suddenly making decisions with more certainty, or the way you're no longer willing to settle for less than you deserve. This change in you could very well make them reconsider how they've been interacting with you all along. Now, how do you begin this journey of self-valuation? Start with affirmations. I know it might sound a bit cliché, but trust me, it works. Each morning, as you look in the mirror, take a moment to affirm your worth. Tell yourself, I am capable, I deserve respect, and I am enough. This isn't just about parroting phrases, it's about truly believing them. Remember what Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, said? The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By feeding your mind positive, affirming thoughts, you're setting the stage for a more empowered, fulfilled life. But here's the thing. Valuing yourself isn't just a mental exercise. It's about taking actions that reflect your self-worth. What are you doing each day that shows you respect yourself? Are you engaging in activities that lift your spirit? Or are you spending time on things that drain your energy? Are you setting boundaries and saying no when you need to? Or are you constantly putting others' needs before your own? Every decision you make either reinforces your value or diminishes it. So choose wisely. When you start making choices that prioritize your well-being, you'll find that others naturally begin to treat you with more respect. It's like a mirror. You show respect to yourself, and the world reflects it back to you. Let's take this a step further. Think about how valuing yourself impacts your relationships. When you know your worth, you're less likely to tolerate disrespect or mistreatment from others. You set higher standards, not just for how you're treated, but for the kind of relationships you cultivate. This isn't about being demanding or difficult. It's about creating healthy dynamics where mutual respect is the foundation. And guess what? When people see that you value yourself, they're more likely to value you too. It's a simple, yet profound truth. You might be wondering, but what if others don't respond the way I hope they will? This is where the Stoic mindset comes into play. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control others' actions or reactions, we can control how we respond. As Epictetus wisely said, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. If someone fails to recognize your value, that's on them, not on you. Your job is to stay centered, grounded in your self-worth, and to continue living in a way that reflects your true value. Eventually, those who don't see it will either step up or step out, making room for people who truly appreciate you. Now let's take a moment to reflect. What are some areas in your life where you could start valuing yourself more? Is it in your work, your relationships, or maybe how you treat yourself on a day-to-day basis? Think about this deeply. What small actionable steps can you take today to start showing yourself more respect? Maybe it's as simple as speaking up when you usually stay silent or taking time for self-care without feeling guilty. Whatever it is, commit to it. Remember, each step you take toward valuing yourself is a step toward a more fulfilling and respected life. As you begin to value yourself more, you might notice that some people don't like the change. They might resist or try to pull you back to your old ways. This is normal. Change can be uncomfortable not just for you, but for those around you who are used to the way things were. But here's the truth. Valuing yourself is not about pleasing others. It's about living authentically and honoring who you are. As Seneca, another great Stoic, reminded us, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. Don't crave the approval of others at the expense of your self-worth. Instead, focus on what truly enriches your life: self-respect, integrity, and inner peace. So, let's bring it all together. Valuing yourself isn't just a one-time thing, it's a daily practice. It's about consistently making choices that reflect your true worth, both in how you think about yourself and how you act. When you start living from this place of self-respect, you'll notice a shift, not just in how you feel, but in how others treat you. You'll start to attract relationships and opportunities that align with your value. And those who don't value you? They'll either change their tune or fade into the background, clearing the way for those who truly see and appreciate you. Are you ready to take this step? What's one thing you can do today to start valuing yourself more? Remember, the journey to self-worth begins with a single step. Make that step today, and watch how your life begins to change. Keep this momentum going as we explore the next powerful way to make them regret not valuing you. You're on a path to greater self-respect and empowerment, and I'm here to guide you every step of the way. Number 2, improve your physical image. Let's start strong by diving into something that many of us might overlook but can make a huge difference in how we carry ourselves: improving your physical image. Now, before you brush this off as superficial, hear me out. In the words of Epictetus, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. This is more than just looking good. It's about aligning your external appearance with the confidence and self-respect we've been cultivating. When you feel good about how you present yourself, it's like armor. You walk into any room with an air of confidence that people can't help but notice. So why does stepping up your physical image matter? It's simple. Your appearance is often the first thing people notice, and it can either reinforce or undermine the message you're trying to send. Think of your appearance as your personal billboard. It communicates a lot before you even open your mouth. When you take pride in how you look, it shows the world that you value yourself. This isn't about vanity. It's about self-respect. You're not just putting on clothes. You're putting on a mindset that says, I'm here, I'm ready, and I'm someone worth paying attention to. And let's be honest, turning heads and getting a nod of approval feels pretty darn good, doesn't it? Now, let's get practical. Improving your physical image doesn't mean you have to become a fashion icon overnight. Start by evaluating your current style. What does it say about you? Are you the guy who's always in jeans and a tee, or do you prefer a more polished look? Whatever your style is, make sure it reflects who you are now, not who you were 5 or 10 years ago. Sometimes just a few strategic upgrades to your wardrobe can make all the difference. Maybe it's time to invest in a well-fitted blazer, or perhaps a new pair of shoes that add a bit of sophistication to your casual look. The key here is to own your style and make sure it represents the man you've become. But style is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's talk about grooming, which, if we're being honest, is often overlooked. Yet it's the small details that can have a big impact. A sharp haircut, a clean shave, or even just keeping your beard neatly trimmed can elevate your entire look. Don't underestimate the power of good grooming. It's about showing that you care about the details. And let's not forget skincare. Yes, I'm talking to you. Taking care of your skin isn't just for women. A bit of moisturizer, some sunscreen, and maybe an occasional exfoliation can keep you looking fresh and sharp. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts, and the same goes for your skin. Taking care of it reflects the care you have for yourself. Beyond style and grooming, improving your physical image also means taking care of your body. This isn't about trying to look like a model. It's about feeling strong, healthy, and capable. Regular exercise is key here, and it doesn't mean you have to live in the gym. Find activities that you enjoy, whether it's lifting weights, going for a run, playing a sport, or even just walking the dog. The goal is to stay active because when you move, you feel better, and when you feel better, it shows. Exercise boosts your mood, improves your energy levels, and gives you that extra edge of confidence that's hard to ignore. Eating right is another crucial aspect of maintaining a strong physical image. You've heard it before, but it's worth repeating. What you put into your body affects how you feel and look. A balanced diet that's rich in vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains can do wonders for your energy levels, skin, and overall health. It's not about following some extreme diet or cutting out all your favorite foods. It's about making smart choices that support your well-being. When you fuel your body with good food, you're not just doing your health a favor, you're investing in your overall image. But here's the kicker. Improving your physical image isn't just about snagging compliments or making people take notice. It's about embodying the respect you have for yourself. When you take the time to care for your appearance, you're making a statement. I value myself enough to invest in me. And believe me, that attitude is contagious. People will start to see you in a new light, and more importantly, they'll begin to mirror that respect back to you. It's a cycle. Respect breeds respect. Let's not forget the deeper purpose behind all of this. As Seneca once said, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. This is about craving more for yourself in the right way. More respect, more self-esteem, more confidence. When you invest in your physical image, you're not just trying to impress others, you're showing up for yourself in a way that says you're worthy of the best. And when you start to believe that, others will too. So, as you move forward, think about how you can continue to refine your physical image. What's one thing you can do today that will help you step up your game? Maybe it's as simple as scheduling that overdue haircut, or perhaps it's finally clearing out your closet of clothes that no longer fit your style. Each step you take is a step toward a more empowered, confident you. And remember, this journey isn't about perfection. It's about progress. It's about rising above old habits, old narratives, and stepping into the best version of yourself. Improving your physical image is a powerful way to assert your value, not just to others, but to yourself. It's about showing up in the world as the man you want to be, strong, confident, and undeniably respectable. So, gentlemen, keep striving, keep improving, and most importantly, keep respecting yourself. You've got this, and the best is yet to come. Now let's gear up for the next step in this journey. Number 3. Smile more often. One thing that might seem simple on the surface but has the power to change the way you interact with the world. Smiling more often. Now, before you brush this off as just a friendly gesture, let me tell you, it's so much more than that. Smiling is like a secret weapon in life's toolkit, a small action that can have a massive impact on how you feel and how others perceive you. When you flash a genuine smile, you're not just showing off those pearly whites. You're radiating positivity, confidence, and approachability, all in one go. It's like flipping a switch that brightens not just your day but the entire room you're in. But here's the real kicker. When you make smiling a habit, you're not just improving your mood. You're influencing how others respond to you, making them more likely to treat you with kindness and respect. That's right. A simple smile can make people around you see you in a whole new light. Let's break it down a bit more. Picture this. You're walking down the street, and someone catches your eye. You give them a friendly smile, and almost instinctively, they smile back. It's contagious, like a ripple effect of positivity. And that's the beauty of it. When you smile, you're setting off a chain reaction of goodwill. It's a universal language that transcends words, and it has the power to make you more approachable and likable. Think about your relationships. Whether it's with a partner, a friend, or even a coworker, a smile can dissolve tension, make difficult conversations a bit easier, and create an environment where people feel comfortable and valued. Imagine coming home after a rough day, and instead of being greeted by a frown, you're met with a warm, genuine smile. Doesn't that just make everything feel a bit better? That's the power you hold when you choose to smile more often. It's not just about making yourself feel good. It's about creating a space where others feel good around you too. And if you're out there looking for love, or even just trying to make new connections, let me tell you, a smile is one of the most attractive things you can wear. It shows that you're confident, open, and ready to engage with the world. People are naturally drawn to those who exude positivity, and a smile is the easiest way to send that signal. But here's the thing, it's not just about social interactions. Smiling has some serious benefits for your health too. When you smile, your brain releases endorphins, those feel-good chemicals that help reduce stress and boost your mood. It's like giving yourself a little shot of happiness every time you smile, and who wouldn't want that? Now, I get it. There are days when smiling feels like the last thing you want to do. Life can be tough, and it's not always easy to find a reason to smile. But here's a little trick that can help. Start your day with a smile. Before you even reach for your phone or get out of bed, take a moment to smile at yourself in the mirror. It might feel a bit silly at first, but this simple act can set a positive tone for your entire day. You're essentially telling yourself, I'm ready for whatever comes my way today. And you know what? That mindset shift can make a huge difference. It's about rising above the challenges and choosing to face the day with a positive spirit. What's one thing that makes you smile? It could be something simple like a good cup of coffee in the morning, a favorite song, or a fond memory. Take a moment to think about it and hold on to that thought next time you need a little boost. Remember, a smile isn't just a reaction, it's a choice, and it's one of the most powerful tools you have in your arsenal. So keep that smile ready, and let it be your secret weapon as you navigate through life's ups and downs. In closing, smiling more often isn't just about looking friendly. It's about embodying the positive, confident person you're striving to be. It's a way to rise above the mundane and show the world, and yourself, that you're ready to take on whatever comes your way with a smile. So, go ahead and flash that winning smile as we move on to the next powerful way to make them regret not valuing you. And remember, every time you smile, you're reaffirming your worth and spreading a little bit of joy in the world. Isn't that something worth smiling about? Thanks for joining me in today's video. I'd love to hear what you think of what I shared. Which of these 3 ways do you think are the most effective for making others see your value? If you're not sure how to write a comment, try sharing a personal story or a specific way you've applied the principles of Stoicism to your life. I'd love to hear from you. Number 4. Be kind but limit contact. Let's discover a strategy that might just be the most underrated yet powerful tool in your arsenal. Being kind while knowing when to limit contact. This isn't just about being nice or playing hard to get. It's about mastering the art of balance between showing compassion and protecting your own peace of mind. Kindness is often seen as a weakness in a world that rewards assertiveness and self-interest, but in reality, it's a sign of inner strength and confidence. As Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." This means that in the face of adversity or disrespect, maintaining your kindness is a way of rising above the fray. But, and this is crucial, you must also learn to safeguard your energy and time. Not everyone who benefits from your kindness will value it, and that's where you need to draw the line. Let's break this down a bit. When you're kind, you're essentially sending out positive energy into the world, and that's a wonderful thing. It makes people feel good around you, and it often makes you feel good about yourself. But here's where things can get tricky. If you're too available or too giving, especially with people who don't reciprocate, you risk being taken for granted. Think about it. How many times have you found yourself bending over backward for someone who never seems to do the same for you? Maybe it's a friend who only calls when they need a favor, or a colleague who always expects you to cover for them, but never offers the same in return. These are the situations where you need to be kind, yes, but also strategic. It's about setting boundaries that protect your well-being while still allowing you to be the generous, compassionate person you are. Consider this. You have a friend who constantly leans on you for support, yet when you need them, they're nowhere to be found. It's tempting to keep giving because that's who you are, a kind and supportive person. But what happens when this pattern continues? You start to feel drained, unappreciated, maybe even resentful. This is your cue to limit contact, not in a harsh or punitive way, but in a way that preserves your energy. You can still be kind, offer a listening ear or a word of encouragement, but you don't need to pour all your time and emotional energy into a relationship that isn't balanced. This isn't about cutting people off. It's about recalibrating how much you give based on what you receive. And when you do this, you're not just protecting yourself, you're also teaching others how to value your time and kindness. Now think about past relationships, whether romantic or platonic, where you've given your all but didn't receive the same in return. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that if you just keep being kind, keep giving, they'll eventually realize your worth. But sometimes, the best way to make someone see what they lost is to distance yourself while maintaining your kindness. A smile, a kind word, but a firm boundary. This approach sends a powerful message that you value yourself too much to be taken for granted. It's about being kind without being a doormat, about rising above the desire to please everyone at the expense of your own well-being. This concept also applies to your professional life. Perhaps you've had a boss or coworker who relies on your hard work, but doesn't give you the recognition or respect you deserve. In these situations, kindness doesn't mean you keep doing all the extra work without saying anything. Instead, it means continuing to do your job well, while also setting clear boundaries. You can be a team player without letting others take advantage of your dedication. When you start to limit your availability to those who don't value you, you're not only protecting your own mental health, you're also likely to earn more respect from those who see that you're not someone who can be easily walked over. So, what does this look like in practice? It's about making conscious decisions about who gets your time and energy. It's about being generous with your kindness but selective with your involvement. Ask yourself, am I giving more than I'm receiving? Is this relationship or situation enhancing my life or draining it? These questions are crucial in helping you decide when to maintain contact and when to step back. It's not about being selfish. It's about self-preservation and ensuring that your kindness is appreciated, not exploited. Let's tie this back to our overarching philosophy, I rise above. This mantra is not just about staying strong in the face of adversity. It's also about rising above situations that drain you emotionally or mentally. By being kind but limiting contact, you're practicing a form of self-respect that not only protects you, but also enhances how others perceive and interact with you. You're showing that while you are kind, you're also discerning, capable of love and support, but not at the cost of your own well-being. This is a powerful place to be, and it's where true personal growth happens. So, as you move forward, keep this principle in mind. Be kind, yes, but also be wise. Protect your energy, set your boundaries, and watch how your relationships and interactions begin to change. When you start valuing yourself more, others will follow suit. And isn't that the kind of respect we're all striving for? Keep this in your heart as we continue to explore more ways to make them regret not valuing you. And remember, your kindness is a gift, but it's one that should be cherished, not taken for granted. Number 5. Stay calm under pressure. Picture this. You're in a meeting at work, the deadline is looming, and the tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everyone's nerves are frayed, but you? You're the calm in the storm, the steady hand that guides the ship through rough waters. This is the kind of poise that sets you apart, the kind of composure that commands respect and makes people sit up and take notice. In a world where everyone's rushing to react, those who can keep their cool stand out as true leaders. As Epictetus, a wise Stoic philosopher, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This simple truth underscores the immense power of remaining calm no matter what chaos surrounds you. Staying calm isn't just about keeping your emotions in check. It's about showing the world that you're in control of yourself and the situation. Whether you're facing a heated argument with a partner, a stressful deadline at work, or even just a frustrating traffic jam, how you respond can either escalate the problem or diffuse it. When you maintain your composure, you're sending a clear message. You're not easily rattled, and you're someone who can handle whatever life throws your way. This is a quality that's highly valued in every aspect of life, whether in relationships, at work, or among friends. Think about it. Who wouldn't want to be around someone who remains steady and unflappable when the going gets tough? Let's be real, though. Staying calm under pressure isn't always easy. It takes practice and a conscious effort to train yourself to respond rather than react. But the rewards are well worth it. When you manage to keep your cool, you not only earn the respect of those around you, but you also make better decisions. Anger and frustration cloud your judgment, leading to impulsive actions that you might later regret. On the other hand, a calm mind allows you to assess the situation more clearly, weigh your options, and choose the best course of action. It's like having a superpower in your back pocket, ready to be unleashed whenever needed. So how do you cultivate this ability to stay calm under pressure? Start by recognizing the early signs of stress in your body. Maybe it's a tightening in your chest, a knot in your stomach, or a quickening of your breath. Once you're aware of these signals, you can take steps to counteract them before they spiral out of control. One of the simplest yet most effective techniques is deep breathing. It might sound too easy to be true, but taking a few slow, deep breaths can lower your heart rate and calm your nervous system almost instantly. It's like hitting the reset button on your emotions, giving you a moment to collect yourself before responding. Another strategy is to keep things in perspective. Ask yourself, will this matter a year from now, a month from now, even a week from now? Chances are the answer is no. Most of the things that stress us out are temporary and won't have a lasting impact on our lives. By reminding yourself of this, you can prevent small irritations from snowballing into major sources of anxiety. And remember, staying calm doesn't mean you're indifferent or detached. It means you're strong enough to handle difficult situations with grace. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca put it, "He who is brave is free." When you stay calm under pressure, you're exercising your freedom to choose how you respond, rather than letting circumstances dictate your emotions. Let's bring this back to our guiding principle. I rise above. This isn't just a catchy phrase. It's a mindset, a commitment to elevating yourself above the challenges and stresses of everyday life. When you stay calm in the face of pressure, you're rising above the chaos and showing that you're someone who can be trusted to keep it together when it counts. This doesn't just benefit you, it changes how others see you. You become the person people turn to when things get tough, the one they trust to lead with a steady hand. Whether it's in your personal life, your career, or even in the small daily interactions that make up our lives, this ability to stay calm will set you apart. But let's take it one step further. Staying calm under pressure isn't just about managing stress. It's about transforming it into an opportunity for growth. Every time you face a challenging situation and keep your composure, you're not just surviving, you're thriving. You're showing that you're capable of handling more than you might have thought possible, and each experience strengthens your resolve for the next. So the next time you find yourself in a high-pressure situation, take a moment to breathe, to reflect, and to rise above. Remember, this is your chance to shine, to prove to yourself and others that you're a force to be reckoned with. In the end, staying calm under pressure isn't just a skill, it's a way of life. It's about embodying the principles of Stoicism, about being the rock that others can rely on in times of trouble. So I challenge you to take this to heart, to practice staying calm in the small moments, so that when the big tests come, you're ready. Keep your head cool, your thoughts clear, and your spirit unshaken, and watch how this transforms not just how others see you, but how you see yourself. You've got what it takes to rise above, and now is the time to show it. Let's continue this journey together and keep building the life you deserve, one calm, collected moment at a time. Number 6. Chart your own path. When you start to live life on your own terms, people can't help but notice. Whether it's your closest friends, your partner, or that coworker who never seemed to give you the time of day, they'll start to see you differently when you forge your own way with confidence and purpose. And let me tell you, there's nothing more magnetic than a person who knows where they're going and isn't afraid to get there. Why is charting your own path so powerful? It's simple. It's about autonomy and authenticity. When you decide to live according to your own rules, you're sending a strong message to the world. You're not just another face in the crowd, you're someone who's in charge of their own life. It's like what the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." By charting your own path, you become the master of your fate, the captain of your soul. This isn't just about making bold moves. It's about cultivating a mindset of independence and self-reliance that others will admire and respect. Take, for example, the person who's always played it safe in their career. They've followed the traditional route, stuck to the secure job, and done what's expected. But what happens when they suddenly decide to pursue a passion project or start their own business? Suddenly, they're not just following a path, they're creating one. People notice when you take risks, especially when those risks are aligned with your true passions. It's not about making reckless decisions. It's about making thoughtful, intentional choices that lead you toward a life that's truly yours. And it's not just in your career. Charting your own path can be about embracing personal passions. Whether that's starting a new hobby, traveling solo to a place you've always dreamed of, or simply living life in a way that makes you genuinely happy. When you're living authentically, that joy and confidence radiate, making you irresistibly attractive in every aspect of your life. But let's be real. Charting your own path doesn't mean you throw caution to the wind. It's about being strategic and thoughtful as you move forward. Start by identifying what really matters to you. What gets you fired up? What are the things you've always wanted to do, but never had the courage to pursue? Once you've got a clear picture, set realistic goals and take actionable steps towards achieving them. Maybe it's something small, like signing up for a new class, or finally planning that solo trip you've been dreaming about. Or maybe it's something bigger, like a career change or starting a new business. Whatever it is, make sure it's aligned with your values and passions. And here's something important to remember. Charting your own path often means you'll have to walk alone sometimes. Not everyone will understand your journey, and that's okay. It takes courage to make choices that aren't always popular or easy, but that's what sets you apart. As you choose authenticity over approval, you'll find that your self-esteem grows stronger. You'll start to attract people who respect and admire your bravery, and you'll naturally distance yourself from those who don't support your growth. This is where our mantra comes into play. I rise above. Every step you take on your own path is a step away from doubt and fear, lifting you higher towards the life you've always wanted. You're not just moving forward, you're soaring to new heights, and that's something to be proud of. But don't just think about how this impacts you. Consider the example you're setting for others. When you chart your own path, you're not just creating a better life for yourself. You're showing others what's possible. You become a leader, someone who inspires those around you to start their journeys too. Your courage to step outside the norm and follow your passions can encourage others to do the same. And in a world where so many people are afraid to take risks, that's a powerful thing. So, where do you want to go? What do you want to achieve? These aren't just rhetorical questions, they're challenges. I want you to think about what charting your own path looks like for you. Maybe it's making a career move. Maybe it's pursuing a passion project. Or maybe it's just living life a little more authentically every day. Whatever it is, I challenge you to take that first step. Remember, every journey begins with a single step, and the path you carve out for yourself will be uniquely yours. As we move forward, let's keep this momentum going. Let's continue to push the boundaries, to challenge the status quo, and to create lives that are truly our own. Because when you chart your own path, you're not just living, you're thriving. And that, my friend, is the ultimate way to make them regret not valuing you. Keep rising above, and let's tackle the next exciting challenge together. Number 7, stand your ground. All right, folks, let's talk about something that can truly transform the way others perceive you and how you see yourself. Standing your ground. This is more than just holding firm in the face of challenges. It's about setting clear boundaries and having the courage to enforce them no matter what. When you stand your ground, you're sending a powerful message. You respect yourself, and you expect others to do the same. This isn't about being difficult or stubborn. It's about maintaining your integrity and self-respect. Two things that are absolutely non-negotiable in any aspect of life. Standing your ground begins with knowing your values and limits. It's about understanding what you're willing to tolerate and where you draw the line. Imagine you're in a relationship where your partner frequently cancels plans at the last minute. It's easy to let it slide once or twice, but when it becomes a pattern, it starts to chip away at your self-worth. Instead of swallowing your frustration and letting it fester, it's crucial to speak up. Tell your partner how their behavior affects you and why it needs to change. This isn't about confrontation, it's about communication. When you clearly and calmly set your boundaries, you're teaching others how to treat you, and believe me, people pay attention to that. This principle extends beyond romantic relationships. It applies to friendships and professional environments as well. Think about a friend who constantly borrows money but never repays it, or a colleague who offloads their work onto you. It might feel easier to avoid the discomfort of addressing these issues, but doing so only leads to resentment and a lack of respect. By standing your ground, you're not just defending yourself. You're establishing the kind of relationships that are built on mutual respect and understanding. Politely but firmly explaining your stance, whether it's about finances or workload, sets the tone for how you expect to be treated. Over time, people will respect you more for standing up for yourself, even if it's uncomfortable at first. But how exactly do you go about standing your ground in a way that's both effective and respectful? It starts with being clear about your boundaries. Ask yourself, what are your deal breakers? What behaviors are you simply not willing to accept? Once you've identified these, the next step is to practice assertive communication. This doesn't mean being aggressive. It means being honest and direct while remaining respectful. One useful approach is to use I statements. For instance, instead of saying, "You always cancel on me," try, "I feel disrespected when plans are canceled last minute." This way you express your feelings without sounding accusatory, which can help prevent the other person from becoming defensive. Consistency is also key when it comes to standing your ground. It's one thing to set a boundary, but it's another to stick to it. If you allow people to cross your boundaries occasionally without consequence, you send mixed signals that can undermine your position. By being consistent, you demonstrate that you're serious about your limits and that you expect them to be honored. This isn't just about being tough, it's about being clear and fair, both to yourself and to others. Now, let's connect this to our Stoic mantra, I rise above. Standing your ground is one of the most powerful ways to rise above being taken for granted. When you respect yourself enough to demand that others respect you as well, you're not just defending your boundaries, you're asserting your worth. And when you do this, you'll find that others begin to respect you more, often without even realizing it. This respect isn't just given, it's earned through your consistent actions and clear communication. So let's think about how you can start applying this in your life. Where in your relationships, whether personal or professional, are your boundaries being tested? How can you communicate more clearly and stand your ground more effectively? These are the questions that will guide you as you work to build stronger, more respectful connections with those around you. And remember, this isn't just about making others respect you. It's about showing yourself the respect you deserve. As you continue on this journey, keep in mind that standing your ground isn't a one-time thing. It's a continuous process of self-reflection, communication, and enforcement. It's about being the kind of person who knows their worth and isn't afraid to defend it. So stand tall, be firm, and hold on to your values, because when you do, you'll find that the respect you seek starts coming your way naturally. You're on the right path, so keep up the great work and let's continue building the life you deserve. One strong, unwavering step at a time. Ready for the next challenge? Let's keep moving forward together. Number 8, develop a sense of humor. Now let's get into one of the most powerful yet underrated tools in your arsenal, developing a sense of humor. This isn't just about being the guy who cracks the funniest jokes in the room. It's about cultivating a mindset that allows you to see the lighter side of life even when things get tough. A sense of humor isn't just a social skill, it's a survival skill. When you can laugh at life's absurdities, you're not only relieving stress but also building stronger connections with those around you. Whether you're with your partner, hanging out with friends, or even in a tense work meeting, a well-timed laugh can be the difference between a strained atmosphere and a relaxed, productive one. As Epictetus wisely noted, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. And what better reaction is there than one that lightens the mood and puts things into perspective? Let's face it, everyone enjoys being around someone who can make them laugh. It's a universal trait that draws people in and makes interactions more enjoyable. Think about it. When you're on a date and you drop a joke that lands just right, it not only breaks the ice but also shows that you're confident and easygoing. Or consider a tough day at work, where the pressure is mounting and everyone's on edge. If you can inject a little humor into the situation, you're not just making people smile, you're demonstrating leadership and camaraderie. Humor has a way of diffusing tension and bringing people together, making it an invaluable tool in both personal and professional relationships. But humor isn't just for social situations. It's also one of the best stress relievers out there. Life can throw some pretty heavy stuff your way, and while you can't always control what happens, you can control how you respond. Laughing at life's challenges doesn't mean you're not taking them seriously. It means you're resilient enough to handle them with grace. When you laugh, your body releases endorphins, those feel-good chemicals that boost your mood and help reduce stress. It's like a natural antidote to the pressures of daily life, and the best part is, it's always available to you. So how do you go about developing this powerful sense of humor? It starts with not taking yourself too seriously. We all make mistakes, and sometimes life doesn't go according to plan. Instead of beating yourself up over it, try to find the humor in the situation. Laughing at your own missteps not only makes them easier to bear but also shows others that you're comfortable in your own skin. Surround yourself with people who have a good sense of humor, watch comedies or read books that make you laugh. Anything that gets you into the habit of seeing the funny side of things. And don't worry if you're not a natural-born comedian. You don't have to be a stand-up comic to appreciate and share humor. Even a simple, genuine laugh or a lighthearted comment can do wonders for your mood and the mood of those around you. But humor isn't just something you practice in isolation. It's about being present and finding joy in the everyday moments. Some of the funniest and most memorable experiences happen when you're just going about your daily life. Maybe it's a quirky interaction with a stranger, a funny observation about your commute, or a silly mistake you made in the kitchen. These are the moments that make life rich and enjoyable, and sharing them with others only amplifies the joy. So, keep your eyes and ears open for those little moments of humor. They're everywhere if you know where to look. Humor plays a crucial role in this philosophy. By choosing to rise above stress and negativity with a good laugh, you're showing that you're not easily beaten down by life's challenges. Your sense of humor is a reflection of your inner strength and resilience. It shows that you can face adversity with a smile, making you not only more likable but also someone people respect and admire. In a world that can often be serious and stressful, the ability to laugh and make others laugh is a rare and valuable trait. So, as you go about your day, keep that smile on your face and don't be afraid to share a laugh with those around you. Humor is a gift both to yourself and to others. It lightens the load, strengthens relationships, and brings a little more joy into the world. And who doesn't want to be the guy who spreads good vibes wherever he goes? Keep developing that sense of humor. Keep finding the funny side of life. And watch as your confidence and charisma grow. The respect and admiration you gain from others will be a natural byproduct of the positive energy you bring into their lives. So, stay lighthearted, keep laughing, and let's move on to the next powerful way to make them regret not valuing you. If you've made it this far, you're truly committed to embracing your worth. Drop a comment saying, "I value myself," to show you're ready to rise above and live by Stoic principles. Stick around, because the journey to self-empowerment is just more to discover. Number 9. Show respect to everyone. When you make a conscious effort to treat everyone with respect, regardless of their status, opinions, or behavior, you're sending a powerful message that you value both yourself and others. Respect isn't just a nicety, it's the bedrock of all meaningful relationships, whether with your partner, your friends, or your colleagues. It's about setting a standard for how you expect to be treated and leading by example. Think about it. How often have you seen conflicts escalate simply because one or both parties felt disrespected? Now, consider a scenario where, even during a disagreement, respect is maintained. Let's say you're in the middle of a heated argument with your partner. Instead of raising your voice or becoming defensive, you choose to listen, speak calmly, and acknowledge their feelings. This approach not only diffuses tension, but also strengthens your bond by showing that you value their perspective even when you don't agree. Respect in this context isn't just about avoiding conflict. It's about building a foundation of trust and understanding that makes your relationship more resilient over time. In friendships, respect is the glue that holds everything together. It's about being there for your friends, valuing their opinions, and treating them with the same kindness and consideration you'd want for yourself. When you consistently show respect to your friends, whether it's by listening without interrupting, supporting them through tough times, or simply valuing their time, you reinforce the mutual respect that is essential for any strong friendship. And here's the thing. Respect is contagious. When your friends see that you're someone who respects them, they're far more likely to return that respect, deepening your connection and making your bond stronger. The workplace is another arena where respect plays a crucial role. Whether you're interacting with your boss, colleagues, or subordinates, showing respect can create a more positive and productive environment. It's about treating everyone with the same level of consideration, regardless of their position or influence. This doesn't just make you a better colleague, it makes you a better leader. Respect fosters collaboration, reduces workplace tension, and enhances overall job satisfaction. People are drawn to those who make them feel valued, and by consistently showing respect, you position yourself as someone others can trust and rely on. So how do you make respect a daily practice? Start by truly listening when others speak. It sounds simple, but in a world where distractions are everywhere, giving someone your full attention is a rare and powerful act. Use polite language. Words like please and thank you might seem small, but they go a long way in showing that you appreciate the person you're interacting with. Be mindful of your tone, as it can completely change the way your words are received. And remember, respecting someone doesn't mean you have to agree with them. It's about acknowledging their right to have their own opinions and feelings, even if they differ from yours. When you commit to showing respect to everyone, you rise above pettiness, negativity, and the urge to react impulsively. You create an atmosphere around you that's grounded in positivity and mutual appreciation. And here's the beauty of it. Respect is reciprocal. When you lead by example, others are more likely to follow suit, treating you with the same level of respect you've shown them. But let's not forget that respect isn't just about how you treat others. It's also about how you carry yourself. Self-respect is at the core of this principle. When you respect yourself, you naturally set boundaries and expectations for how others should treat you. It's not about demanding respect. It's about embodying it in such a way that it becomes a natural part of your interactions. People notice when you carry yourself with dignity and treat others with respect, and it influences how they respond to you. So ask yourself, how can you incorporate more respect into your daily interactions? What small changes can you make to ensure that everyone you meet feels valued and appreciated? These might seem like minor adjustments, but they can have a profound impact on your relationships and your own sense of self-worth. Showing respect to everyone isn't just a moral obligation, it's a strategy for building stronger, more meaningful connections in every area of your life. It's about rising above the noise, treating others with the dignity they deserve, and setting a standard for how you expect to be treated in return. When you approach life with this mindset, you'll find that not only do your relationships improve, but so does your overall happiness and satisfaction. So go out there, lead with respect, and watch as your interactions and relationships transform for the better. Keep this principle close to your heart as we continue on this journey of self-improvement and personal growth. And let's move forward to tackle the next way to make them regret not valuing you. Number 10. Define your space. To continue, let's talk about something that can have a profound impact on your life. Defining your space. This isn't just about where you live or work. It's about consciously creating an environment that reflects who you are, supports your mental well-being, and sets the stage for your personal success. Your surroundings, whether it's your home, your workspace, or the social circles you frequent, play a crucial role in shaping your mindset, your energy levels, and ultimately, your happiness. So let's make sure your space is one that lifts you up, energizes you, and helps you become the best version of yourself. First, let's consider your home or personal space. Take a moment to look around. Does your environment make you feel calm and centered, or does it contribute to stress and chaos? A cluttered, disorganized space can lead to a cluttered, disorganized mind. On the flip side, a well-organized, thoughtfully curated environment can do wonders for your mental health. Start by decluttering. Get rid of anything that no longer serves you, anything that doesn't add value to your life. Keep only those things that make you happy or inspire you. This could be anything from books that nourish your mind to artwork that uplifts your spirit. Adding elements that inspire positivity, like plants, photographs, or even a favorite quote on the wall can make your space a true sanctuary. a place where you can relax, recharge, and feel at peace. Now let's shift focus to your workspace. Whether you work from home, in an office, or somewhere in between, your workspace should be a place that motivates you and boosts your productivity. How does your current setup make you feel? Is it cluttered with distractions, or is it organized and conducive to focus? To maximize your efficiency and keep stress at bay, try organizing your workspace so that everything you need is within easy reach and distractions are minimized. Adding personal touches, like a motivational quote that resonates with you, a family photo that reminds you of what matters most, or a small plant that brings a bit of nature indoors, can make your work environment more pleasant and help you stay grounded even on the busiest of days. But defining your space goes beyond just the physical. It extends to your social environment as well. The people you surround yourself with have a significant impact on your life, often more than you realize. So, take a moment to reflect on your social circle. Are the people in your life supportive, uplifting, and aligned with your values? Or are there individuals who drain your energy, bring negativity, or hold you back? Defining your social space means making conscious choices about who you spend your time with. This doesn't mean you need to harshly cut people off, but it does mean prioritizing relationships that nourish you and distancing yourself from those that don't. It's about creating a social environment that supports your growth and well-being. By defining your space, whether it's your home, your workplace, or your social circles, you're taking control of your environment and setting yourself up for success. When you take charge of your surroundings, you're rising above the chaos, the clutter, and the negativity that can hold you back. You're creating a space that allows you to thrive, a space where you can be your best self. So how can you start defining your space today? Maybe it's by decluttering your home, rearranging your workspace, or re-evaluating your social circle. Whatever it is, take action and make your space truly yours. Remember, the environment you create around you reflects your inner state, and by shaping that environment thoughtfully, you're not just improving your external surroundings, you're transforming your life from the inside out. Now, as we move forward, keep this idea in mind. Your space is a powerful tool in your journey toward self-improvement and personal growth. It's where you can cultivate the habits, mindset, and relationships that will help you rise above challenges and achieve your goals. So take control, define your space, and watch how it empowers you to live a life that's not only more organized and peaceful, but also more fulfilling and aligned with who you truly are. Ready to take charge of your space and make it a true reflection of your best self? Let's keep this momentum going and continue on this journey together, shaping every aspect of your life to support your success and happiness. Number 11. Eliminate negativity from your life. All right, gentlemen, let's get into the final and perhaps the most transformative strategy in our journey. Eliminating negativity from your life. This one's crucial because negativity is like a heavy anchor that holds you back from reaching your full potential. Think about how much better your life would be if you could free yourself from all the toxic vibes that drag you down. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, it's time to turn that dream into reality by taking some deliberate steps to remove negativity from your life and make room for positivity, growth, and success. First, let's identify what negativity really looks like. It can take many forms. Toxic relationships that drain your energy, a habit of self-doubt that cripples your confidence, or even the tendency to always expect the worst. These negative influences don't just appear out of nowhere. They gradually creep into your life and begin to shape your thoughts, your actions, and ultimately, your self-perception. The good news is, you have the power to kick these negative forces out of your life for good. As Marcus Aurelius, the great Stoic philosopher, said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." It's time to elevate those thoughts and eliminate the negativity that's holding you back. Let's start with your relationships, whether it's with your partner, friends, family, or coworkers. Are there people in your life who constantly bring you down, criticize you, or make you feel less than you are? It's tough to admit, but sometimes the best move is to distance yourself from these negative influences. Surround yourself with people who lift you up, support your goals, and make you feel good about yourself. Your environment should reflect the positive, confident person you're striving to become. It's not about cutting people off harshly, but rather about prioritizing your well-being and being mindful of who you allow into your inner circle. As you cultivate relationships with those who bring positivity into your life, you'll find that your outlook begins to shift and the negative voices lose their power. But negativity isn't just external. It often comes from within as well. Those persistent voices in your head that tell you you're not good enough, that you're bound to fail, or that you don't deserve happiness. They need to go. Start by challenging these negative thoughts whenever they arise. Instead of letting them take root, counter them with positive affirmations. Remember, your mindset is the foundation of your reality, so it's essential to keep your thoughts as positive and empowering as possible. Another key area to address is your consumption of media. We live in a world where we're constantly bombarded with information, news that stresses us out, social media that makes us feel inadequate, and TV shows that offer little more than escapism. It's important to be mindful of the content you consume because it directly impacts your mood and mindset. Try to limit your exposure to negative media, and instead, choose content that inspires, educates, and uplifts you. Whether it's reading a good book, listening to an enlightening podcast, or watching a documentary that broadens your horizons, make sure what you're feeding your mind is in line with the positive life you're trying to create. And don't overlook the physical spaces you inhabit. A cluttered, chaotic environment can easily lead to a cluttered, chaotic mind. Take some time to declutter and organize your living and working spaces. Create an environment that promotes calmness, happiness, and productivity. Even small changes like adding a few plants to your home, reorganizing your desk, or setting up a cozy corner for reading and reflection can make a significant difference in how you feel on a daily basis. Your physical space should be a sanctuary that supports your mental and emotional well-being. Eliminating negativity from your life isn't about ignoring real problems or pretending that everything's perfect. It's about choosing to focus on solutions rather than dwelling on the issues. It's about maintaining a positive outlook, even in the face of challenges, and surrounding yourself with people, thoughts, and environments that encourage growth. When you take these steps, you create a space where you can truly thrive. You'll start to feel more energetic, more optimistic, and more in control of your life. You're creating a life where positivity reigns and where your true potential can shine through. And trust me, when you make these changes, others will notice the transformation in you too. They'll see a man who's not bogged down by negativity, but who's confident, resilient, and fully in charge of his own happiness. Now it's time to take action. Start by identifying the areas in your life where negativity lurks, whether it's in your relationships, your thoughts, your media consumption, or your physical environment. Then take deliberate steps to clear out the negativity and replace it with positivity. This is your chance to create a life that's not only free from negativity, but also full of joy, purpose, and fulfillment. You've got this, my friends. Go out there and live your best, most positive life, because you deserve nothing less. As we come to the end of this journey through the 11 ways to make them regret not valuing you, I want to express my gratitude for your time and attention. Each of these steps is a powerful tool to help you build a life where you are respected, valued, and at peace with who you are. But before you go, I have a small favor to ask. If today's content resonated with you, please hit that like button, share this video with others who might benefit, and don't forget to subscribe to Stoic in Your Life. Also, make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss out on our upcoming videos that continue to explore the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. And as we wrap up, let's keep the momentum going. Type "I rise above" in the comments below as a personal commitment to rising above negativity and embracing your true worth. Your engagement helps us reach more people who need these insights. Thanks again for being here, and until next time, keep shining bright. The Dark Side of Kindness 8. Surprising ways excessive generosity can harm you. Scrolls of Memory. Seneca once said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." But what if this very kindness becomes a double-edged sword? Welcome to Stoic in Your Life, where today we delve into a seldom discussed aspect of generosity. We often hear praises sung for those who give selflessly, who place others' needs above their own. Yet rarely are we cautioned about the hidden perils that lurk beneath excessive kindness. In a world that doesn't always reciprocate our generosity, there are those who find themselves drained, not just financially, but also in spirit, by giving too much, too often. Can this well-intentioned generosity inadvertently jeopardize our own well-being? Prepare to uncover the startling downsides of kindness and how it can unexpectedly backfire. In this episode, I will unveil the 8 surprising consequences of being overly generous and share 4 Stoic strategies to safeguard yourself from being exploited. So, without further delay, let's explore the first of these eye-opening revelations. People will only expect you to give them something. In navigating the complexities of life and relationships, particularly for men aged 30 to 65, it's crucial to understand the balance between giving and maintaining one's own well-being. The Stoics, ancient philosophers revered for their wisdom, teach us that true value lies in acting with virtue and reason, not merely in fulfilling others' expectations. As Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This quote encapsulates the essence of Stoicism and is particularly relevant when considering the dynamics of giving and receiving in relationships. Humans, as creatures of habit, naturally adapt to routines and the environment around them, leading to the formation of a comfort zone. This adaptation can be seen in the way people come to expect continuous generosity if it's given consistently. Such expectations can lead to a situation where others may rely too heavily on your support, neglecting their own responsibilities and obligations. This not only creates an imbalance in the relationship, but can also lead to a depreciation of your own self-worth. It's a common pitfall to undervalue oneself, especially when the focus is constantly on meeting the needs of others. However, it's unlikely that those who benefit from your generosity will encourage you to prioritize your own needs as they've become accustomed to their personal Robin Hood. The key is to practice moderation in giving. By doing so, you maintain control over your actions and prevent the erosion of your emotional well-being. It's about finding a harmonious balance where your generosity does not lead to self-neglect or enable others' dependency. This approach not only preserves your own virtue and reason, as the Stoics would advise, but also encourages those around you to fulfill their own duties and responsibilities. In the modern world, where the pace of life is fast and demands are high, such wisdom is invaluable. It guides us to live a life that is both fulfilling and balanced, ensuring that our relationships are healthy and mutually beneficial. Your priorities will be trampled upon. The Stoics, with their deep wisdom, remind us that setting boundaries and prioritizing our own responsibilities is crucial. It's about maintaining balance and not sacrificing our authenticity and well-being for others. Imagine this. You're constantly pouring your energy into fulfilling others' priorities. But have you ever stopped to consider what you're running from within yourself? What feelings stir in you when you face solitude during a weekend alone, or when you return to an empty home? This scenario often stems from an urge to escape from ourselves, leading to a double-edged sword. On one side, you're inevitably going to confront your inner self, and on the other, your mood worsens as you neglect your own priorities for others. Here lies the essence of self-care, a cornerstone of well-being. Before extending comfort to others, it's vital to ensure you're content, pampered, and well taken care of. Picture this. Never hand out a chocolate without first savoring one yourself, and don't offer to clean a friend's house without first enjoying your own tidy space with a good movie and a glass of wine. You come first, then the rest of the world. Let's draw a parallel to a story from ancient times. Imagine a wise sage who, before advising his disciples, would first reflect on his own life, ensuring his actions and thoughts were in harmony. This sage knew that to guide others effectively, he must first be at peace and in order with himself. In conclusion, prioritize your well-being and align your actions with your inner values. By doing so, you not only enhance your own life but also become a beacon of authenticity and support for others. Remember, in the journey of life, you are the captain of your ship. Steer it wisely. You will have unrealistic expectations of people. In this segment, we delve into the complexities of human expectations and the wisdom of Stoic philosophy in managing them. The Stoics, ancient philosophers known for their practical approach to life, taught the importance of accepting circumstances as they are. They believed that our happiness shouldn't hinge on others' actions. This idea resonates deeply when we consider our interactions and relationships. Often we give generously, pouring our heart and soul into helping others. Yet, deep down, there's a part of us that expects the same level of commitment in return, especially when we find ourselves in need. But here's a thought-provoking twist. By consistently solving problems for others, we inadvertently set a precedent. People start to assume that we can manage everything, including our own challenges, without help. This leads to a cycle where our expectations for mutual support remain unmet, leaving us with feelings of disappointment, fatigue, and frustration. However, if we step back and view this situation through a Stoic lens, we realize that people aren't necessarily failing us. Instead, they are doing exactly what we should be doing too, focusing on our responsibilities. Marcus Aurelius, a renowned Stoic philosopher, once said, "It is not events that disturb people, it is their judgments concerning them." This quote is particularly relevant here. If we adjust our perspective and approach our interactions with a sense of emotional detachment, not expecting anything in return for our deeds, we can maintain our peace of mind. This doesn't mean we should stop helping others, but rather, we should help without the burden of expectation. By doing so, we cultivate a sense of inner tranquility and resilience, essential qualities for navigating the complexities of life and relationships. Remember, in the grand tapestry of life, it's our judgments and expectations that often weave the threads of discontent. By adopting a Stoic mindset, we can reframe these threads into a pattern of serenity and self-reliance. You will be seen as weak and treated as such. Stoicism, a philosophy that has stood the test of time, teaches us the importance of inner strength and self-control. It's about setting boundaries and practicing self-discipline, not just for our own sake, but to convey to others that we are steadfast in our responsibilities and values. This, in turn, earns us respect, rather than being seen as weak. When you're constantly helping others, always available, always saying yes, you might think you're becoming an indispensable authority in your collaborative efforts. However, this could be sending the opposite message. Without boundaries, people may start to perceive you as someone who lacks the backbone of a leader, someone who can be easily burdened with their responsibilities because they know you won't refuse. This is where the magic of no comes into play. The moment you start to assertively use this word, a remarkable transformation occurs. Those around you begin to feel something they never expected to feel towards you: respect. Marcus Aurelius, a renowned Stoic philosopher, once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This quote beautifully encapsulates the essence of our discussion. By controlling our responses and setting clear boundaries, we not only preserve our inner peace, but also command respect from those around us. So as you navigate through the complexities of life and relationships, remember the wisdom of Stoicism. It's not about being inflexible, but about knowing when to say no, and in doing so, demonstrating your strength and earning the respect you deserve. This is a crucial lesson for all of us, as we strive to balance our desire to help with the need to maintain our own integrity and self-respect. You'll attract only people who need and never those willing to give. In our journey through life, it's essential to understand the magnetic power of our own energy and how it shapes the relationships we forge. Our energy is like a beacon, sending out signals that attract people who resonate with its frequency. When we're brimming with positivity, hard work, and joy, we become magnets for those who share these uplifting qualities. They bring into our lives a sense of generosity, enthusiasm, and a spirit of giving. However, there's a flip side to this. If we're not mindful, we might find ourselves giving too much, to the point where our energy dips into lower frequencies. This shift doesn't go unnoticed. It attracts people who are drawn to this diminished energy, those who take more than they give, leaving us drained and depleted. These individuals, often pessimistic and opportunistic, latch onto our energy, extracting what they can without the intention or means to reciprocate. This is a crucial lesson in the art of giving and receiving. It's not about withholding our generosity but being discerning in how we share our energy. By maintaining a balance, we ensure that we're not just givers but also receivers of the positive energy that fuels our journey. So, remember, the energy we emit is the energy we attract. Let's strive to keep ours vibrant and positive, inviting into our lives people who not only need but are also willing to give back in equal measure. This balance is the key to nurturing relationships that are not just fulfilling, but also sustaining, guiding us towards a life of harmony and mutual support. You could falling into addiction. In this segment of our journey, we delve into the realm of moderation and self-control, virtues highly esteemed by the Stoics. They taught us that the essence of wisdom lies in exercising restraint, especially in our acts of generosity. This practice shields us from the snares of addiction, ensuring we maintain a harmonious relationship with our choices and actions. Imagine a world where scarcity is a constant companion. In such a world, the seeds of addiction find fertile ground to grow. A day arrives when someone dear to you, with a gentle yet concerned voice, points out that perhaps you're indulging a bit too much. It might not be something as benign as mineral water. It could be excessive eating, drinking, or even gambling. It's natural, almost reflexive, to meet these observations with denial and anger, to raise your voice in defense, claiming you have everything under control. This reaction, however, is a telltale sign of being so deeply entangled in a problem that you fail to see it for what it is. Remember, those who truly care for you act as mirrors, reflecting back the truths we often miss. Their words are not to chastise but to guide. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listen to these voices of concern with an open heart. They are the lifelines thrown to you, helping you to step back from the precipice of addiction and regain your footing on the path of wisdom and moderation. Let their guidance be your beacon, illuminating the path to a balanced and fulfilling life. You'll raise suspicions. In the realm of Stoicism, we are taught to steadfastly adhere to our virtues, irrespective of external perceptions. This philosophy champions the pursuit of living in consonance with our deepest principles and values, thereby cultivating an authentic reputation that stands resilient against baseless doubts and suspicions. The stark reality, however, is that the world is not brimming with genuinely kind-hearted individuals. Thus, if you embody true kindness, you might paradoxically evoke suspicion rather than admiration or gratitude. It's an unfortunate truth that when you extend your kindness, people may begin to question your motives, pondering what lies beneath your benevolent facade. This skepticism doesn't necessarily mean you're surrounded by distrustful individuals. It could simply be a reflection of a more pragmatic worldview. In a world where overzealous kindness is often a mask for darker, ulterior motives, it's a common protective instinct to be wary of such overt displays of generosity. People have learned, sometimes through bitter experience, that those who appear overly eager to help often conceal intentions that are anything but benevolent. It's a sad commentary on the state of human interactions, but it's a reality that can't be ignored. In summary, while Stoicism teaches us to live virtuously and authentically, doing so in a world where genuine kindness is rare can lead to misunderstandings and suspicions. The lesson here is to remain true to your principles, despite how others may perceive your actions, understanding that such reactions are often rooted in a realistic, albeit cynical view of human nature. You'll have many buts. The ones that only come to you when they need something: Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that emphasizes discernment and wisdom, offers valuable insights into this aspect. It teaches us the importance of self-control and objectivity, enabling us to distinguish between genuine individuals and those who seek to exploit our kindness. This discernment becomes crucial when we encounter fair-weather friends, those who remember us only in times of need. Reflecting on the teachings of the Stoic philosopher Seneca, who said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future," we understand the significance of being present and mindful in our relationships, not swayed by the uncertainties of future interactions. In the modern context, it's not uncommon to find ourselves in situations where we feel used, akin to the way employees or collaborators are often excluded from personal gatherings like coffee or a beer, only to be approached when needed. This might seem logical in a professional setting, but in personal relationships, it can feel unfair and one-sided. As men navigating these waters, it's essential to develop strategies to prevent being taken advantage of, while still maintaining our integrity and openness to genuine connections. In the upcoming segment, I will delve deeper into these strategies, offering practical advice that resonates with the contemporary challenges we face, ensuring that our journey through life and relationships remains balanced and fulfilling. Now let's look at the strategies to prevent people from using you. The first strategy, to prevent being used by others. Listen to your feelings. They are your inner compass. Drawing inspiration from the Stoic principle of self-awareness, this approach emphasizes the significance of tuning into your emotions and feelings. The Stoics, with their profound understanding of the human psyche, championed self-reflection as a tool to comprehend our reactions and needs. When you listen to your feelings, you gain insight into whether your generosity is tipping into excess, potentially leading to emotional exhaustion. This awareness allows you to recalibrate your focus and strike a healthier balance in life. Consider how you feel when you extend help to others. Ideally, such acts of altruism should elevate your spirits, akin to the sensation of walking on clouds. However, if you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, drained, angry, or exploited, it's a clear signal from your emotions that it's time to pause and listen. Remember, as Seneca, a renowned Stoic philosopher, once said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." If helping others, especially when it's not an obligation, leads to discomfort, it's crucial to confront this truth. Acknowledging these feelings is the first step in understanding how your acts of assistance impact your well-being. By doing so, you not only protect yourself from being used but also ensure that your help remains a source of joy and fulfillment, both for you and those you aid. Strategy number 2. Embrace the power of no. In the realm of Stoicism, we are taught to value our time and energy as precious commodities, to be distributed with intention and balance. This philosophy aligns seamlessly with the art of saying no, particularly in moments where we feel burdened or when requests seem unjust. The word no, often shrouded in connotations of negativity and pessimism, can be a formidable challenge to utter. Yet, it's a vital tool in our arsenal for maintaining autonomy and self-respect. Consider the wise words of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus. "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This sentiment echoes the importance of asserting boundaries. When we fail to say no, we risk a life mired in negativity, overwhelmed by demands that exceed our capacity. It's essential to practice this skill, perhaps starting with rehearsals in front of a mirror, reminding ourselves that saying no is not just a right but a necessity for preserving our freedom and safeguarding against undue stress and risk. In today's fast-paced world, where the lines between personal and professional life often blur, the ability to say no becomes even more crucial. It's a declaration of our values and priorities, a testament to our understanding of our limits. By mastering this skill, we not only protect our well-being, but also set a precedent for how we allow others to treat us. It's a profound lesson in self-care and respect, one that resonates deeply with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with our true nature. Remember, saying no is not a sign of weakness but a bold statement of strength and self-awareness, a guiding light in the journey of wisdom and personal growth. Strategy number 3, respecting your own time and space. Picture this: you've set aside time for yourself, maybe to practice yoga, draw, or simply enjoy a cup of tea with your favorite music. This is your time, a sacred space you've carved out in your busy life. It's as important as any meeting or appointment, and you should treat it with the same seriousness. Now, imagine someone asks for your help during this precious time. Here's where the Stoic principles of self-discipline and self-respect come into play. You have the right to say no without feeling guilty. It's not about being uncooperative, it's about respecting your own needs. You can offer to help at another time, but make it clear that your availability is limited. Remember, you have your own life to attend to. There was once a wise man who lived by the sea. Every day people would come to him seeking advice, and he would always help them. However, he never let these requests interfere with his morning walk by the shore. This was his time to reflect and recharge. People learned to respect this boundary, understanding that to get the best of him, he needed this time for himself. So, my friends, value your time and space as much as you value helping others. It's not selfish, it's necessary for your well-being. By setting these boundaries, you're not only respecting yourself but also teaching others to respect you. Remember, a life well lived is one where you take care of both yourself and others, but never at the expense of your own peace and happiness. Strategy number 4, identify energy vampires and distance yourself from them. In our journey through the Stoic path, we often encounter individuals who, rather than uplifting us, tend to drain our energies. This brings us to strategy number 4, identifying and distancing ourselves from these energy vampires. As we embrace the Stoic virtues of self-discipline and discernment, it becomes crucial to distinguish between relationships that enrich our lives and those that deplete our emotional reserves. By consciously stepping away from those who consistently sap our energy without contributing positively, we are not just practicing self-care, but also exercising Stoic self-control in our interpersonal connections. Now, you might feel compelled to help these energy vampires, believing that your support could transform their outlook. However, this is a path fraught with challenges. These individuals often immerse you in a deluge of complaints, personal pains, and a catastrophically negative view of life. It's vital to recognize that your efforts to help may be in vain. They are not seeking solutions. Their complaints are a part of their identity, and to cease complaining would be to lose a part of themselves, a prospect they are unlikely to embrace. Remember the words of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." In the context of energy vampires, this teaches us the importance of listening and observing before we act. It's through careful listening and observation that we discern the true nature of these relationships. By applying this wisdom, we align ourselves with the Stoic practice of thoughtful action and emotional resilience. In summary, strategy number 4 is about recognizing those who drain us and choosing to distance ourselves for our own well-being. It's a testament to the Stoic principles of self-discipline and discernment, guiding you to foster relationships that are mutually enriching and emotionally sustainable. As we close this chapter on the dark side of kindness, 8 surprising ways. Excessive generosity can harm you. Let's take a moment to reflect on the Stoic principles we've explored today. Remember, the path to wisdom is not just about acquiring knowledge, but also about applying it in our daily lives. I encourage you to ponder on how you can strike that delicate balance between generosity and self-preservation, ensuring that your kindness is a source of strength, not a drain on your resources. I'd love to hear how you plan to implement these Stoic teachings in your life. Will you start saying no more often? Or perhaps you'll reassess how you prioritize your time and energy. Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could be a beacon of guidance for someone else on their Stoic journey. Thank you for being a part of the Stoic in Your Life community. Your engagement and insights make this channel a true sanctuary for growth and learning. If you found value in this video, please like and share it, so others can benefit from the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. And if you're not already a subscriber, consider joining us on this enlightening journey. Together, let's embrace the Stoic way, transforming challenges into opportunities for personal growth and happiness. Remember, every step you take on this path enriches not just your life, but also the world around you. Let's continue to grow and thrive together. 12 life lessons you should know to improve your life forever. Stoicism. Have you ever found yourself wondering what truly makes life worth living? What if there were timeless principles that could help you lead a more fulfilling, balanced, and meaningful life? Well, you're in the right place. In today's video, we're about to uncover the 12 life lessons. Drawn from the ancient philosophy of Stoicism, lessons that can forever transform how you approach every challenge, every relationship, and every opportunity in your life. These teachings have withstood the test of time, guiding countless individuals towards a life of greater clarity, resilience, and inner peace. From learning how to control what you can and let go of what you can't, to discovering the power of mindfulness and acceptance, each lesson holds a profound secret that can help you navigate life's ups and downs with grace and wisdom. And wait until you hear the last lesson. It's a game changer that might just shift your perspective in ways you never imagined. But before we dive in, if you're finding value in these discussions and want to keep exploring how Stoicism can enrich your life, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, Stoic in Your Life, and click the bell icon to stay updated with our latest content. Now, let's take the first step on this transformative journey together. Lesson 1. The power of silence. The more you say, the less people remember. The fewer the words, the greater the profit. François Fenelon. Have you ever noticed the power of a quiet mind? In a world filled with noise, opinions, and endless chatter, the virtue of silence is often overlooked. But today, we explore why silence is one of the most powerful tools you can wield in life. Think about the greatest minds in history. Many of them were not the loudest in the room, but rather the ones who spoke with purpose, thought with clarity, and understood the importance of silence. Silence is not merely the absence of sound. It is a profound state of being that allows us to connect deeply with ourselves and with the world around us. This first lesson in our journey into Stoic wisdom will illuminate why cultivating the power of silence can improve your life forever. Silence is a tool for introspection and self-awareness, allowing us to step back and observe our thoughts and emotions without the distractions of the external world. As Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." This ancient wisdom encourages us to spend more time listening and reflecting, rather than speaking impulsively. In our modern lives, filled with constant notifications and social media chatter, silence becomes even more critical. It offers a sanctuary where we can reflect on our thoughts, question our assumptions, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves and others. By embracing silence, we learn to listen not just to others, but to our own inner voice, which can guide us toward making wiser decisions. Moreover, silence is a demonstration of strength and self-control. When faced with provocation or conflict, the immediate urge might be to react, to defend oneself, or to retaliate with words. However, the Stoics teach us that true power lies in restraint. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "It is better to conquer yourself than to win 1,000 battles." In moments of tension, choosing silence over impulsive speech shows mastery over one's emotions. It demonstrates patience, wisdom, and a deep understanding that not every battle is worth fighting. This self-control allows us to navigate conflicts with grace, preserving our dignity and often diffusing potentially explosive situations. In our professional lives, silence can also be a powerful negotiating tool. By pausing before responding, we create space for thoughtfulness and clarity, allowing us to formulate more strategic and effective responses. It can unsettle opponents in negotiations or discussions, giving us an upper hand without uttering a word. This kind of mindful silence can be a game changer in decision-making processes, making us appear more composed, confident, and in control. Wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something, Plato famously noted. This quote underscores the importance of speaking with purpose and clarity rather than filling the air with needless words. Silence also cultivates deeper relationships. By actively listening, we demonstrate empathy and respect for the person speaking. This simple act of giving someone our undivided attention can strengthen bonds and build trust, both in personal and professional settings. Listening more and speaking less also helps us learn and grow by absorbing others' knowledge and experiences. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "Let us be silent, that we may hear the whispers of the gods." This speaks to the importance of silence in enhancing our ability to perceive the subtleties in conversations and interactions that we might otherwise miss. In our personal development journey, silence fosters creativity and problem-solving skills. When we are silent, our minds are free from distractions, allowing for deeper thinking and the ability to connect disparate ideas. Many of history's greatest innovations and ideas were born in moments of quiet reflection. When we give ourselves the gift of silence, we open the door to our inner creativity and intuition, which are often drowned out by the noise of daily life. As Leonardo da Vinci said, "Nothing strengthens authority so much as silence." This sentiment captures the essence of using silence as a tool to command respect, build authority, and foster creativity. Furthermore, silence is a form of resistance against the pressures of conformity. In a society that often values the loudest voices, choosing silence can be a powerful statement of individuality and inner strength. It allows us to remain true to our values and principles, even when faced with external pressures to conform. As we practice silence, we become more attuned to our true selves, less swayed by the opinions of others and more focused on our path and purpose. This Stoic lesson encourages us to embrace our silence, not as a sign of weakness, but as a conscious choice to stand firm in our convictions. Finally, in the context of Stoicism, silence can be seen as a practice of humility. By speaking less and listening more, we acknowledge that we do not have all the answers and that there is always something to learn from others. This mindset fosters a growth-oriented approach to life, where we are constantly seeking to learn, grow, and improve. It aligns with the Stoic belief in the importance of lifelong learning and the pursuit of wisdom. Silence is a source of great strength, Lao Tzu wrote, capturing the essence of this powerful practice. In modern life, where we are constantly bombarded with information and opinions, cultivating the power of silence is more important than ever. It helps us filter out the noise, focus on what truly matters, and live more intentionally. As you navigate your own life, consider how you might incorporate more moments of silence into your day. Whether it's through meditation, mindful reflection, or simply pausing before speaking, embracing silence can lead to a more thoughtful, intentional, and fulfilled life. So, as we continue exploring these 12 life lessons rooted in Stoicism, remember this: silence is not just the absence of noise, but a powerful tool for personal growth, wisdom, and strength. It is a practice that can transform how you interact with the world, leading to deeper connections, greater self-awareness, and a more peaceful, purposeful existence. And as you apply this wisdom, you might just find that the power of silence is the key to unlocking a richer, more meaningful life. Lesson 2. Gratitude as a driver of happiness. Gratitude turns what we have into enough. Have you ever wondered how different your life might look if you saw every challenge as an opportunity, every setback as a lesson, and every day as a gift? Picture it this way: you have a unique pair of glasses that, when worn, transform the way you see the world. Problems start to look like puzzles waiting to be solved, Complaints shift into moments of appreciation, and the ordinary becomes extraordinary. This is the power of gratitude. It's like a mental reset button, offering a fresh perspective that can lead to greater happiness and fulfillment. You might think this sounds idealistic, but there's solid science behind it. Research from the University of California has shown that people who make a habit of practicing gratitude report being 25% happier, sleeping better, and even enjoying a stronger immune system. Imagine that, feeling more energized and content just by regularly acknowledging the good in your life. It's like finding a powerful medicine that doesn't come from a bottle, but from within yourself. But you might be wondering, how do I actually start cultivating gratitude in a meaningful way? Here's a practical, fun exercise you can try right away. Think of it as a gratitude treasure hunt. For 1 week, challenge yourself to find 3 things each day that you're grateful for. There's a twist. You can't repeat the same things 2 days in a row. It might sound easy, but by day 5, you might find yourself grateful for things you never noticed before. Like the neighbor finally stopping their noisy late-night drumming or the unexpected kindness of a stranger holding the door for you. To those who are still skeptical, let me share a story that might shift your viewpoint. I met a woman named Maria who had endured one of life's most unimaginable hardships, losing everything in a house fire. Her home, her possessions, her cherished memories. Everything was gone in mere hours. When I spoke with her, I expected to see someone broken, overwhelmed by loss, but instead, Maria greeted me with a smile that was nothing short of radiant. She told me, "I'm grateful to be alive, to have my family safe, and for the strangers who showed us kindness in our darkest hours. This experience has taught me to value what truly matters." Maria discovered the profound power of gratitude during one of the most difficult times in her life, and it transformed her outlook entirely. This isn't just an emotional tale. It's a testament to the strength that gratitude can provide. Gratitude doesn't have to be reserved for extraordinary situations. Consider Tony Robbins, a well-known entrepreneur and motivational speaker, who practices a 90-second gratitude exercise every morning. He credits this simple habit with being a cornerstone of his success. If such a practice can work for someone who has achieved so much, imagine what it could do for us in our everyday lives. Could you start your day focusing on what you're thankful for, rather than what's missing or what's gone wrong? Now you might be thinking, but I have real problems, bills to pay, work stress, family issues. How can gratitude help with that? You're right. Gratitude won't magically pay your bills or transform your difficult boss into the world's kindest person overnight. But here's the secret. Gratitude gives you the strength, resilience, and positive mindset to face those challenges differently. It's like the old story of the optimist and the pessimist. The pessimist laments having no shoes, while the optimist feels grateful just to have feet. Gratitude helps you wear the optimist's shoes, or lack thereof, and approach life with a more empowered, hopeful perspective. So, why not start today? Before you go to bed tonight, take a moment to reflect on 3 things you're thankful for. These could be as significant as having a loving family, or as simple as appreciating the fact that a pigeon didn't decide to drop a surprise on you during your lunch break. The point is to be consistent with this practice, and who knows? After a few weeks you might find yourself becoming that person others marvel at, the one who always has a smile on their face, who sees the good even in a traffic jam, and who seems to attract positive energy and success in everything they do. Gratitude isn't just a nice idea, it's a transformative practice that can profoundly change how you experience life. By embracing gratitude, you shift your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in your life. You become more resilient, more connected to others, and more present in each moment. So, start cultivating gratitude today, and watch how it changes not only your perspective, but your entire life. Lesson 3. The Art of Letting Go. Letting go gives us freedom, and freedom is the only condition for happiness. If, in our heart, we still cling to anything, anger, anxiety, or possessions, we cannot be free. Thich Nhat Hanh. Have you ever felt weighed down by something you couldn't change? A mistake from the past, a painful breakup, a job that didn't work out as planned? We all carry these burdens, often without realizing how much they impact our lives. But what if there was a way to release this weight and free yourself from the chains of the past? Let's explore the Stoic lesson of letting go, and how mastering this art can bring profound peace and clarity to your life. The Stoics believed that much of our suffering comes from our attachment to things beyond our control. As Epictetus famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This principle encourages us to focus on our internal responses rather than external events which are often out of our hands. So, why do we cling so tightly to things that cause us pain? Is it fear of the unknown? A desire for control? The answer often lies in our natural human tendency to hold on to familiar feelings and experiences, even if they are negative. It's a paradox. We want to be happy, yet we cling to what makes us unhappy because it feels safer than facing the uncertainty of change. But here's the truth. Letting go doesn't mean giving up or surrendering to circumstances. It means freeing yourself from the emotional hold those circumstances have over you. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack filled with rocks everywhere you go. With each step, the weight becomes more burdensome, yet you keep going because you're used to it. Now, what if you could set down that backpack? How much lighter would you feel? How much further could you go? Letting go is about deciding to release those emotional burdens, the regrets, the grudges, the unfulfilled expectations that weigh us down and hold us back from living fully. It's about acknowledging that we can't change the past, but we can shape how it affects our present and future. Letting go also requires a deep level of self-awareness and acceptance. It means recognizing that not everything is within our power to change and being okay with that. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher, often reminded himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is a call to focus on what we can control, our thoughts, our reactions, and our actions. It's an invitation to practice mindfulness, to be present with our feelings without letting them dictate our lives. Have you ever noticed how much mental energy we waste on things we can't control? A missed promotion, a friend's betrayal, an unexpected expense. We replay these events in our minds, trying to find a different outcome, but all we do is exhaust ourselves. What if instead, we chose to release those thoughts and focus on what we can do right now to move forward? What if we accepted the situation, learned from it, and let it go? Now, I know some of you might be thinking, but if I let go, am I just avoiding my problems? Not at all. Letting go is not about avoidance, it's about facing your reality with honesty and courage. It's about saying, "This happened. It hurt. But it doesn't define me and it won't control my life." It's about finding the strength to forgive both others and yourself, and moving forward with a clearer mind and a lighter heart. Take the story of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist who wrote Man's Search for Meaning. Despite enduring unimaginable suffering in concentration camps, Frankl chose to focus on what he could control, his mindset and his attitude. He let go of anger and hatred, realizing that holding on to these emotions would only imprison him further. Instead, he found purpose in his suffering and turned his experience into a powerful message of hope and resilience. His story is a testament to the transformative power of letting go and focusing on what truly matters. Letting go can also improve our relationships. How often have you held on to a grudge, a misunderstanding, or a perceived slight, allowing it to fester and grow into a barrier between you and someone you care about? Imagine the peace and connection that could be restored if you chose to release that resentment. As Seneca wisely observed, the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Taking a step back, giving ourselves time to cool down, and then choosing to let go of anger or resentment can open the door to forgiveness and reconciliation. It allows us to approach our relationships with empathy and understanding, rather than with blame or bitterness. But letting go isn't always easy. It's a skill that takes practice. Start small. Next time you find yourself fixated on a mistake or a disappointment, pause and ask yourself, is this worth my peace of mind? Can I change the outcome? If the answer is no, then it might be time to release it. Picture your thoughts like leaves floating down a stream. Notice them, acknowledge them, but don't hold on to them. Let them drift away. You'll find that as you practice this more, you'll feel a sense of relief and lightness that comes with not carrying unnecessary burdens. And remember, letting go is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing practice. Just as we must regularly declutter our homes to maintain a clean and peaceful environment, we must also declutter our minds of thoughts and emotions that no longer serve us. Life is constantly changing, and so must we. What can you let go of today that would bring you closer to inner peace? Could it be an old regret, a lingering resentment, or a fear that has been holding you back? The art of letting go is about choosing to live with a lighter heart and an open mind, ready to embrace whatever comes next without the weight of the past dragging you down. So, as you reflect on this lesson, ask yourself, what do I need to let go of to live more fully and freely? How can I apply the wisdom of the Stoics to release what's weighing me down? Remember, the art of letting go is not about losing something, but about gaining freedom, peace, and a deeper sense of happiness. By mastering this art, you open up space in your life for new experiences, new growth, and a more profound connection to your true self. So take a deep breath, let go, and see what happens. You might be surprised at how much lighter, freer, and happier you feel. Lesson 4. The importance of self-knowledge. Know thyself, a timeless saying attributed to the ancient Greeks, holds more power and relevance today than ever before. But how often do we take the time to truly know ourselves? In a world that constantly pushes us to look outward, comparing our lives to others through the lens of social media, or chasing external achievements and material success, we often neglect the profound wisdom of turning inward. Self-knowledge is not just about understanding your likes and dislikes. It's about a deep awareness of your values, your strengths, your weaknesses, and, most importantly, your purpose. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. This statement is a call to action, urging us to first seek a deep understanding of ourselves, then align our actions and choices with that knowledge. Think for a moment about how many decisions we make daily without fully understanding the underlying motivations behind them. How many times have you pursued a career path, a relationship, or a goal, only to find yourself unfulfilled? The root of such dissatisfaction often lies in a lack of self-knowledge. When you don't know who you are or what you truly value, you risk living a life that doesn't align with your core self. It's like setting sail without a compass. You might be moving, but are you heading in the right direction? Knowing yourself provides that compass. It helps you understand what drives you, what brings you joy, and what you want your life to stand for. It brings clarity to your decisions and courage to your actions. Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This advice suggests that understanding oneself is not about endlessly pondering what is right, but about embodying the virtues you believe in. Self-knowledge also serves as a foundation for personal growth. It allows you to recognize areas where you need improvement and empowers you to take meaningful steps toward becoming a better version of yourself. For example, let's say you struggle with anger. By acknowledging this and understanding the triggers that ignite your temper, you can work on strategies to manage and transform your anger into a more constructive force. As Socrates famously said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Self-reflection is essential to personal development because it helps you identify the beliefs and behaviors holding you back. Are there limiting beliefs you've adopted that prevent you from pursuing your true passions? Are there habits you've developed that drain your energy or hinder your progress? By knowing yourself, You gain the insight needed to address these issues and create a life that is authentically yours. Moreover, self-knowledge fosters resilience and inner strength. When you know who you are less likely to be swayed by external opinions or societal pressures. You become grounded in your truth, confident in your decisions, and unshakable in your resolve. This resilience is crucial in today's world, where we are constantly bombarded with messages about who we should be and what we should aspire to. Knowing yourself means you are less susceptible to the noise around you. You become the author of your own story, not a character in someone else's. Remember the words of Seneca. It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable. When you understand yourself, you build an inner fortress that external circumstances cannot easily breach. This internal fortitude allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace and composure. In our modern lives, self-knowledge can also improve relationships. When you understand your own needs, desires, and boundaries, you are better equipped to communicate them to others. This clarity helps you build healthier and more fulfilling relationships because you are engaging with others from a place of authenticity and self-respect. Instead of projecting your insecurities or expectations onto others, you approach relationships with a genuine understanding of yourself and what you bring to the table. You can love and support others without losing sight of your own needs, creating a more balanced and harmonious dynamic. By practicing self-knowledge, you also cultivate empathy, as understanding your own struggles and motivations can help you better understand those of others. But how do we cultivate self-knowledge in a world filled with distractions and constant demands on our attention? Start by dedicating time each day for self-reflection. Journaling is a powerful tool for this. Writing down your thoughts, feelings, and experiences can help you uncover patterns and gain insights into your inner world. Meditation and mindfulness practices are also invaluable in helping you tune into your thoughts and emotions without judgment. Ask yourself meaningful questions. What do I truly want in life? What am I afraid of? What brings me joy? What values do I hold most dear? Keep digging deeper. Often, the first answer is just the surface level. True self-knowledge comes from exploring beyond the initial response. Furthermore, be open to feedback from others. Sometimes those close to us can provide valuable insights into our behaviors and tendencies that we might not see ourselves. However, remember to filter this feedback through your own understanding of yourself. Not all opinions are truths. Discern what resonates with your inner knowledge and what does not. Engaging with a mentor or a coach who can guide you through self-discovery and hold you accountable for your growth can also be beneficial. Embrace experiences, even the challenging ones, as opportunities for self-learning. Every situation in life teaches us something about ourselves if we are willing to pay attention. The importance of self-knowledge cannot be overstated. It is the foundation upon which a fulfilling and purposeful life is built. When you know yourself, you are better equipped to navigate the complexities of life, to make decisions that align with your true self, and to build meaningful relationships. It empowers you to live authentically and to pursue your goals with clarity and confidence. So take the time to look inward. Ask yourself the hard questions. Reflect, learn, and grow. As you deepen your self-knowledge, you will find a source of strength and wisdom that will guide you through life's journey. After all, as the saying goes, to know thyself is the beginning of wisdom. So, how well do you know yourself? Are you ready to embark on the journey of self-discovery and unlock your true potential? Remember, the path to a better life begins with understanding the person who walks it. You. Thank you for being a part of today's video. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge your valuable presence in our community. Feel free to share your insights or simply leave a comment saying I am a newbie if you're new here, or I am Stoic if you've been part of our journey for some time. Your interaction is incredibly encouraging and keeps us motivated to bring you more content. Let's continue exploring and learning together, shall we? Lesson 5. Embrace discomfort for growth. Discomfort is the currency of success. as Tim Ferriss, a modern-day entrepreneur and philosopher, once put it. But how often do we actively seek out discomfort? In our daily lives, most of us instinctively avoid it, preferring comfort and familiarity. We choose the easy path, stick to what we know, and shy away from situations that make us feel vulnerable or uncertain. Yet, if we truly want to grow, we must challenge ourselves to step outside of our comfort zones and embrace discomfort as a necessary part of the journey. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that embracing discomfort is not only essential for personal growth, but also for building resilience and strength. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, reminded us, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that the very things we avoid, the challenges, the obstacles, the uncomfortable situations, are precisely the things that can propel us forward. So, let me ask you, when was the last time you intentionally put yourself in a situation that made you uncomfortable? When did you last choose to push your limits, knowing that it would make you stronger? Think about this. Discomfort is a sign of growth. Just as muscles grow stronger when they are challenged through exercise, our minds and characters develop when we face and overcome adversity. Consider the story of someone who decides to run a marathon. At first, the idea seems daunting, 26.2 miles of relentless physical and mental challenge, but they start training, pushing themselves a little more each day. The early mornings, the muscle aches, the fatigue, all these discomforts are part of the process. Yet with each run, they grow stronger, both physically and mentally. By the time race day arrives, they're ready, not because the discomfort went away, but because they learned to embrace it, to see it as a stepping stone to a greater achievement. And isn't life much the same? How often do we avoid the discomfort of a difficult conversation, the uncertainty of a new job, or the vulnerability of expressing our true feelings? What opportunities might we miss when we choose the safe and familiar instead of the challenging and new? Embracing discomfort also cultivates resilience, the ability to recover quickly from difficulties. In modern life, this skill is invaluable. Whether it's dealing with a setback at work, navigating a tough relationship, or facing unexpected life changes, resilience allows us to adapt and thrive in the face of adversity. A famous quote by Winston Churchill comes to mind. "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." Resilience isn't about never failing. It's about learning to rise each time we fall. And each fall is a chance to learn, to adapt, and to grow stronger. How many times have you been in a situation where you felt like giving up but pushed through anyway? What did you learn about yourself in those moments? Chances are, those experiences shaped you in profound ways, teaching you lessons you couldn't have learned any other way. In our quest for comfort, we often forget that discomfort is where the magic happens. It's where we learn, adapt, and transform. It's where we find out what we're really made of. Consider the caterpillar, which must undergo the discomfort of transformation within the cocoon to emerge as a butterfly. Without that struggle, without that period of intense discomfort, it could never reach its full potential. So too, must we endure periods of discomfort to grow into the best versions of ourselves. Have you ever wondered what potential lies dormant within you, waiting to be unleashed by a little discomfort? What if the discomfort you're avoiding is the key to unlocking a new chapter in your life? Moreover, embracing discomfort teaches us humility. When we step outside our comfort zones, we often encounter failure, mistakes, and setbacks. And that's okay. These experiences remind us that we are human, that we have room to grow, and that there is always more to learn. They keep us grounded and open to new experiences, preventing us from becoming complacent or overconfident. By accepting discomfort, we learn to be comfortable with being a beginner, to be okay with not having all the answers, and to see every challenge as an opportunity for growth rather than a threat to our self-esteem. This mindset is critical in a world that is constantly changing and evolving. As Albert Einstein wisely said, "Once you stop learning, you start dying." In today's fast-paced world, Embracing discomfort is more relevant than ever. With rapid technological advancements, changing job markets, and evolving social dynamics, staying in our comfort zones is no longer an option if we want to thrive. We must be willing to adapt, to learn new skills, and to face new challenges head-on. Whether it's learning a new language in today's fast-paced world, embracing discomfort is more relevant than ever. With rapid technological advancements, changing job markets, and evolving social dynamics, staying in our comfort zones is no longer an option if we want to thrive. We must be willing to adapt, to learn new skills, and to face new challenges head-on. Whether it's learning a new language, starting a new career, or simply speaking up in a meeting, each time we embrace discomfort, we grow a little bit more. So, what are you waiting for? What's one thing you've been avoiding because it feels too uncomfortable? Could taking that step bring you closer to your goals? Could it make you stronger, wiser, more resilient? Embracing discomfort is about choosing growth over stagnation. It's about recognizing that every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It's about understanding that the road to self-improvement is often paved with discomfort, but that the rewards of traveling this road far outweigh the temporary unease. So, the next time you feel the urge to stay within your comfort zone, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? What could I gain from stepping into the unknown? Remember, the discomfort you feel today is the strength you gain tomorrow. As the Stoics teach us, the obstacle is the way. The discomfort, the challenge, the struggle, these are not barriers to your progress, but the very path to it. Embrace it, lean into it, and watch as it transforms you into the person you were always meant to be. Are you ready to embrace discomfort for growth? To step into the arena, face your fears, and emerge stronger on the other side? The choice is yours, and the journey begins now. Lesson 6. The power of patience. Patience is bitter, but its fruit is sweet. This famous quote by Jean-Jacques Rousseau captures the essence of one of the most profound virtues we can cultivate: patience. But in today's fast-paced world, where everything is designed to be instant messages, instant coffee, instant gratification, how often do we stop to consider the value of patience? It might seem like an old-fashioned virtue, something that doesn't quite fit into our modern lives. However, patience remains one of the most powerful tools we have for personal growth, success, and happiness. Imagine, for a moment, planting a seed. You water it, make sure it gets plenty of sunlight, and wait. You don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You trust the process, knowing that growth takes time. So, why is it that when it comes to our own lives, we often lack that same trust and patience? Why do we expect immediate results, immediate success, immediate change? Think about how many times you've been frustrated because things didn't happen as quickly as you wanted them to. Whether it's waiting for a promotion, seeing progress in your fitness journey, or even finding the right partner. We've all been there, feeling like our efforts aren't bearing fruit fast enough. But what if patience isn't just about waiting, but about how you wait? What if patience is about developing trust in the journey itself, believing that with consistent effort, the results will come? The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "Time heals what reason cannot." This is a reminder that some things in life simply take time, and that patience is not about passivity. It's about actively enduring, trusting, and remaining steadfast in our efforts, even when the immediate outcomes are not visible. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously failed thousands of times before finally inventing the electric light bulb. He didn't view his failures as setbacks, but rather as steps on the path to success. When asked about his repeated failures, Edison said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective is the essence of patience, the understanding that progress often comes slowly, and that the journey itself is filled with learning and growth. How often do we give up just before the breakthrough, simply because we lack the patience to see things through? Patience also plays a crucial role in our relationships. Think about the last argument you had with someone close to you. Did impatience cause you to speak harshly or act rashly? Patience in communication allows us to listen more deeply, respond more thoughtfully, and act with greater compassion. It gives us the space to see things from another person's perspective, to understand rather than react, to connect rather than divide. The Greek philosopher Aristotle noted, "Patience is bitter, but it bears a sweet fruit." This is particularly true in our interactions with others. By cultivating patience, we build stronger, more meaningful relationships based on understanding and mutual respect. Moreover, patience is a key ingredient in achieving long-term goals. In a world obsessed with quick wins and overnight success, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that real, lasting success often takes time. Whether you're building a business, learning a new skill, or striving for personal improvement, the process is usually slow and filled with obstacles. But as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. It's not just about the waiting itself, but about maintaining effort, enthusiasm, and belief during the wait. Have you ever set a goal for yourself and abandoned it because it seemed too far away, too difficult to achieve? What if you had held on just a little longer, pushed a little harder, waited with a little more faith? In our daily lives, practicing patience can transform how we experience challenges. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, we can view them as opportunities to learn and grow. Patience teaches us to endure hardships with grace and to remain calm in the face of adversity. It helps us develop resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks stronger than before. Think about the great leaders and visionaries of history: Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr., all of whom showed extraordinary patience in the pursuit of their causes. They understood that significant change does not happen overnight, and that lasting impact requires time, persistence, and a willingness to endure. But patience isn't just about the big things in life. It's also about the small, everyday moments. It's about having the patience to stand in line without frustration, to wait for a meal to cook without reaching for a snack, to read a book without checking your phone every few minutes. These small acts of patience are like training for the bigger tests of patience life will inevitably throw our way. As Lao Tzu said, "Do you have the patience to wait until your mud settles and the water is clear?" This ancient wisdom invites us to see patience as a way of finding clarity and peace in the chaos of life. However, embracing patience doesn't mean sitting idly by or being complacent. It means recognizing when to act and when to wait, understanding the natural rhythms of life, and trusting that some things unfold in their own time. It's about finding a balance between persistence and surrender, effort and acceptance. So, how can you start cultivating patience in your life today? Start by being mindful of the moments when you feel impatient. Take a deep breath. Remind yourself that good things take time, and focus on the bigger picture. Reflect on the areas of your life where patience could help you grow, whether it's in your career, your personal relationships, or your personal development. Remember, patience is a practice, one that requires daily commitment and effort. But the rewards are worth it. Deeper relationships, greater personal growth, and a more profound sense of peace and satisfaction in life. So, next time you're tempted to rush through something or give up too soon, ask yourself, what am I missing by not being patient? What could I gain by giving this a little more time, a little more space to grow? Embrace patience, and you might just find that the journey, with all its ups and downs, is just as valuable, if not more so, than the destination itself. As you continue on your journey of self-improvement and personal growth, remember the power of patience. It's not just about waiting, it's about trusting, enduring, and growing. Are you ready to harness the power of patience and see where it can lead you? The choice, as always, is yours. Lesson 7. The value of simplicity. Simple is not always easy, but it is always more powerful. This idea, echoed through the ages by wise philosophers and leaders alike, captures the essence of simplicity and why it holds such immense value in our lives. In a world constantly pushing us to accumulate more possessions, more achievements, more experiences, it can feel counterintuitive to embrace simplicity. Yet, simplicity is not about deprivation. It's about clarity, focus, and living in alignment with what truly matters. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." So, what does it mean to lead a simple life, and why should we consider stripping away the excess to find peace and purpose? Consider this. Our lives are filled with countless distractions, from the latest gadgets and fashion trends to the relentless bombardment of information through social media and news channels. Each of these elements demands our attention, pulling us in different directions and often away from the things that genuinely matter. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of choices and information available to you? Do you ever find yourself exhausted, not by the physical demands of your day, but by the mental clutter that fills your mind? This is where the value of simplicity comes into play. By decluttering our lives, both physically and mentally, we create space for what truly enriches us. We shift our focus from acquiring more to appreciating what we already have. This shift doesn't just simplify our surroundings. It simplifies our mindset, allowing us to concentrate on our true priorities. Think about the story of Diogenes, the Greek philosopher who famously lived in a barrel and owned almost nothing. When Alexander the Great visited him and offered to grant any wish, Diogenes simply replied, "Stand out of my light." This was not just a rejection of material wealth, but a profound statement on the importance of simplicity. Diogenes understood that true wealth came not from material possessions, but from inner freedom and clarity of thought. How much more could we accomplish if we removed the unnecessary from our lives and focused on what genuinely adds value? It's a question worth pondering, especially in a modern context where we are constantly told that more is better. But what if the opposite were true? What if having less allowed us to live more fully? Simplicity also fosters contentment and reduces stress. When we are no longer fixated on the next purchase or the next big thing, we find joy in the present moment and the simple pleasures of life. We begin to appreciate a quiet walk in nature, a deep conversation with a friend, or the satisfaction of a job well done. Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." By embracing simplicity, we are not just clearing out our closets or decluttering our schedules. We are also decluttering our minds and finding peace within ourselves. This clarity allows us to focus on our goals without the noise of unnecessary distractions. In our modern lives, simplicity can be a game changer. Consider the trend of minimalism, which has gained popularity as more people seek to declutter their lives and find meaning beyond material possessions. This movement isn't just about owning fewer things, but about making conscious choices that align with our values. It's about asking ourselves, do I need this? Does this bring me joy or serve a purpose in my life? Imagine the mental freedom that comes from letting go of things that do not serve us, the weight lifted from not chasing the latest trends, and the peace found in knowing that what we have is enough. How would your life change if you focused less on accumulation and more on appreciation? But simplicity is not just about physical possessions. It's also about simplifying our thoughts and routines. In an age where we are constantly multitasking and bombarded with information, our minds become cluttered. Simplifying our mental habits, practicing mindfulness, setting clear priorities, and focusing on one task at a time can drastically improve our mental clarity and emotional well-being. The ability to simplify means to eliminate the unnecessary so that the necessary may speak, said the artist Hans Hofmann. This statement holds true not just in art, but in life. By eliminating the noise, we can hear the callings of our true desires and aspirations. Think of a modern-day example. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, was known for his minimalist approach to life. He famously wore the same style of clothing every day to avoid decision fatigue, allowing him to focus his mental energy on more critical decisions. This simplicity in his personal life mirrored the philosophy behind Apple's product designs: clean, uncomplicated, and focused on what truly mattered. What lessons can we take from this? Perhaps that simplicity in our daily lives can free up the mental space needed to innovate, to create, and to live more purposefully. Moreover, simplicity allows us to build deeper connections with others. When we are not distracted by material pursuits or overwhelmed by a hectic schedule, we can give our full attention to the people around us. We can listen more intently, engage more deeply, and build more meaningful relationships. This is particularly important for men between the ages of 30 and 65, who are often balancing career pressures, family responsibilities, and social obligations. By simplifying our lives, we can focus on the relationships that matter most, rather than spreading ourselves too thin. The value of simplicity lies in its ability to help us focus on what is truly important. It allows us to strip away the excess and concentrate on the things that bring genuine joy and fulfillment. It helps us cultivate a mindset of gratitude, where we appreciate what we have rather than constantly seeking more. So, how can you start embracing simplicity in your own life today? Perhaps it's as simple as decluttering a space in your home, simplifying your schedule to make time for what matters, or choosing to focus on one task at a time. Remember, simplicity is not about doing less, it's about doing more of what counts. As you consider the lessons of Stoicism and the value of simplicity, ask yourself, what unnecessary complexities am I holding on to? How can simplifying my life help me focus on what truly matters? Embrace simplicity, and you might just find that less is indeed more. More peace, more clarity, and more joy in everyday living. Are you ready to discover the power of a simpler life? The choice is yours, and the journey starts now. Lesson 8. The Power of Perspective. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words by Marcus Aurelius, a renowned Stoic philosopher, invite us to reconsider how we perceive the world around us. Have you ever thought about how much your perspective shapes your reality? How two people can experience the exact same event, but come away with completely different interpretations? This is because our experiences, beliefs, and emotions color our perceptions, turning them into unique filters through which we view the world. The power of perspective lies in its ability to transform our experiences. It can turn a challenge into an opportunity, a failure into a lesson, and a setback into a stepping stone. But how often do we consciously choose our perspective? More often than not, we let our emotions dictate our views, seeing things through the lens of fear, anger, or frustration. But what if we could shift our perspective and choose to see things differently? What if, instead of seeing obstacles, we saw chances for growth? Consider the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor who endured unimaginable horrors in a concentration camp. Frankl could have easily succumbed to despair, yet he chose to see his suffering through a different lens. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, he wrote, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." Frankl realized that while he couldn't control his external circumstances, he could control how he responded to them. He found meaning in his suffering by focusing on the hope that he could endure, learn, and even grow from his experience. His story is a powerful reminder of how a shift in perspective can change not only how we experience our circumstances, but also how we emerge from them. Have you ever faced a situation that seemed impossible to overcome, only to find that by changing the way you looked at it, everything seemed different? This is the power of perspective in action. In our daily lives, perspective can play a crucial role in how we deal with challenges and setbacks. Let's take a common example. You're stuck in traffic, running late for an important meeting. Your initial reaction might be frustration, anger, even panic. But what if instead you took a deep breath and used this time to listen to an inspiring podcast, reflect on your day, or even practice mindfulness? By shifting your perspective, you turn a negative situation into a positive one. The external circumstance, being stuck in traffic, remains the same, but your internal experience changes dramatically. This shift doesn't just make the moment more bearable. It transforms it into something valuable, a moment of peace, learning, or self-reflection. Now think about your career. Have you ever faced a setback that felt like the end of the world? Maybe you were passed over for a promotion, or your project didn't receive the recognition you thought it deserved. It's easy to get caught up in negative emotions, seeing the situation as a personal failure. But what if you viewed it from a different perspective? Perhaps it's an opportunity to learn, to develop new skills, or even to explore a different path that could lead to greater fulfillment. As the Stoics teach, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This quote reminds us that the very obstacles we face can propel us forward if we choose to see them as opportunities for growth rather than as insurmountable barriers. In relationships, too, perspective can be a game changer. How often have you had a disagreement with a loved one, only to realize later that the issue was more about your own perception than the actual event? By stepping back and trying to see the situation from the other person's point of view, we can often resolve conflicts more easily and build stronger, more empathetic relationships. This shift in perspective requires humility and the willingness to acknowledge that our view is not the only one. But the rewards are worth it. We create space for understanding, forgiveness, and deeper connections. How different would our relationships be if we could regularly practice seeing things from another's perspective? The power of perspective is also evident in our pursuit of happiness. Too often we look for happiness in external achievements, getting the next promotion, buying a new car, or reaching a certain financial status. But what if we shifted our perspective to focus on the things we already have? Gratitude is a simple yet powerful shift in perspective that can instantly improve our outlook on life. By focusing on what we are thankful for, we move from a mindset of lack to one of abundance. As the philosopher Epictetus said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." This doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or aspirations, but rather that we should appreciate the journey and the blessings we already possess. In modern life, where we are constantly bombarded by images of what we should aspire to, perfect careers, perfect bodies, perfect lives, maintaining a balanced perspective is more challenging yet more crucial than ever. Social media, in particular, can distort our perspectives, making us feel inadequate or left behind. But remember, most of what we see online is curated, a highlight reel rather than a true reflection of life. By keeping this in mind and cultivating a more grounded perspective, we can protect ourselves from unnecessary stress and anxiety. Instead of comparing ourselves to others, we can focus on our own path, our own growth, and our own unique journey. So how can you begin to harness the power of perspective in your own life? Start by becoming aware of your current perspectives. When you face a challenge, ask yourself, is there another way to look at this situation? How would someone I admire perceive this? What can I learn from this experience? Practice shifting your perspective regularly, especially in situations that trigger strong emotions. Over time, you'll find that this practice becomes more natural, and you'll gain greater control over your reactions and experiences. Remember, as Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Wealth in this sense is not about accumulating possessions, but about cultivating a rich and balanced perspective on life. At the end of the day, the power of perspective is a choice. It's about deciding how you want to see the world and your place in it. Do you choose to see challenges as threats or as opportunities for growth? Do you focus on what you lack, or do you celebrate what you have? By consciously choosing your perspective, you empower yourself to live a more fulfilling, resilient, and meaningful life. So as you move forward, ask yourself, How can I change my perspective today to improve my life tomorrow? How can I see the world in a way that enriches my experience rather than diminishes it? Remember, the power of perspective is always within your control. Are you ready to harness it to create a better, more fulfilling life? The choice is yours, and it starts with how you choose to see the world today. If you've made it this far, you're on the path to becoming a master of Stoic wisdom. Drop a comment saying, "I embrace Stoicism," to show you're committed to improving your life forever with these powerful lessons. Stay tuned, because the journey to a better you has just begun. Lesson 9. The importance of routine. Routine in an intelligent man is a sign of ambition. This quote from W.H. Auden perfectly captures the essence of why establishing a routine is so vital in our lives. But have you ever wondered why some people seem to thrive on routines while others resist them, feeling trapped by the predictability? In reality, a well-crafted routine does more than just structure our days. It creates a foundation for success, growth, and inner peace. Think about it. Every great athlete, entrepreneur, and thinker often attributes their success to a set of disciplined habits or routines that they follow religiously. And it's not because they lack creativity or spontaneity. Quite the opposite. It's because they understand that routine is not about limitation, but liberation. When we build solid routines, we free up mental energy, reduce decision fatigue, and create a stable base from which we can tackle life's challenges more effectively. Have you ever noticed how much easier it is to get through the day when you know what to expect, when there's a rhythm to your actions, a flow to your efforts? Let's consider the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius who, despite being an emperor with enormous responsibilities, maintained a daily routine that included time for meditation, reflection, and writing in his journal. He understood that a routine was essential not only for managing his empire, but also for managing himself. "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts," he wrote, highlighting how our daily practices shape our mindset and character. A routine helps us to cultivate habits that lead to a more disciplined, focused, and productive life. It allows us to control our day rather than let the day control us. How many of us feel that life is pulling us in every direction, leaving us exhausted and unfocused by the end of the day? A strong routine can be the anchor that holds us steady amidst the chaos. Moreover, routines are not just about productivity. They are also about self-care and personal growth. They allow us to prioritize what's important, whether it's setting aside time for exercise, reading, learning, or spending time with loved ones. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to neglect the things that truly matter, because we're caught up in the urgent over the important. But a well-designed routine helps us ensure that the things that matter most don't get lost in the shuffle. Think of it like tending a garden. Without consistent care and attention, the weeds of distraction and stress quickly take over. But with a routine, you're constantly watering the plants of your life, ensuring that they grow strong and healthy. Have you ever reflected on how much more fulfilling your life could be if you dedicated regular time to the things that nourish your body, mind, and soul? Routines also build resilience. When we face challenging times, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and unsure of what to do next. A routine provides a sense of normalcy and control, even when everything else feels uncertain. During difficult periods, sticking to simple routines, like going for a morning run, practicing mindfulness, or even maintaining a bedtime ritual, can help ground us and provide a sense of stability. It's like a ship navigating through a storm. Routines are the steady compass that helps us find our way. This is particularly important in our modern world, where unexpected changes can happen at any moment, from personal crises to global events. How would your ability to cope with challenges improve if you had a strong routine to rely on? However, it's important to note that routines don't have to be rigid or monotonous. They should be flexible and adaptable to our evolving needs and circumstances. As the saying goes, the only constant in life is change. Thus, our routines should be dynamic, designed to grow with us as we move through different stages of life. What's important is not sticking to a routine for routine's sake, but understanding the underlying purpose behind it. Are your routines helping you become a better version of yourself? Or are they simply habits you've fallen into? Regularly reassessing your routines can ensure they remain effective and aligned with your current goals and values. Consider the example of someone like Steve Jobs, who famously maintained a minimalist wardrobe to reduce decision fatigue. By wearing the same type of outfit every day, he freed up mental energy to focus on more critical decisions, contributing to his innovative thinking and success. His routine wasn't about lack of creativity, but about conserving cognitive resources for what mattered most. This approach can be applied in various aspects of our lives. Simplifying certain decisions, like what to eat for breakfast, when to exercise, or what time to wake up, can create more space for creativity, problem-solving, and deeper thinking. So, what aspects of your life could benefit from a more simplified routine approach? Furthermore, routines can foster a sense of accomplishment and build momentum toward larger goals. Each small task completed within a routine, whether it's making your bed, reading for 15 minutes, or meditating, provides a sense of achievement. These small wins add up over time, creating a snowball effect that propels us toward more significant achievements. It's like the concept of compound interest in finance. Small, consistent actions taken daily can lead to substantial growth over time. Reflect on the idea of Kaizen, the Japanese philosophy of continuous improvement, which emphasizes that small daily improvements lead to significant long-term change. What small habits could you incorporate into your routine today that, over time, would lead to a better, more fulfilled you? Ultimately, the importance of routine lies in its ability to create a stable foundation from which we can build a meaningful life. It's not about eliminating spontaneity or becoming robotic, but about finding a balance that allows us to thrive. By consciously designing our routines, we take control of our time and energy, ensuring that they are spent on what truly matters. So, as you consider your own life, ask yourself, what routines do I have in place, and are they serving me well? How can I refine my routines to better align with my goals and values? Remember, routines are not a prison but a pathway to freedom, allowing us to live with greater intention, focus, and fulfillment. Are you ready to harness the power of routine to improve your life forever? The choice is yours, and it starts with the actions you take today. Lesson 10. The Art of Forgiveness. To forgive is to set a prisoner free and discover that the prisoner was you. This profound quote by Lewis B. Smedes captures the essence of forgiveness and its transformative power in our lives. Forgiveness is often misunderstood as a sign of weakness or surrender, but in reality, it is one of the greatest acts of strength and courage a person can demonstrate. When we hold on to grudges, harbor resentment, or cling to past wrongs, we are the ones who suffer the most. We imprison ourselves in a cycle of anger, bitterness, and pain that prevents us from experiencing true peace and happiness. But have you ever wondered what life could be like if you chose to let go of those burdens? What if forgiveness was not just about the other person, but was actually about freeing yourself? Let's consider the story of Nelson Mandela, who, after spending 27 years in prison, under a regime that sought to dehumanize and break him, chose the path of forgiveness. Upon his release, he did not seek revenge or retribution, but rather sought reconciliation and healing for his nation. Mandela understood that forgiveness was not about condoning the past or forgetting the pain, but about releasing its hold over him and his people. He famously said, "Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies." This quote serves as a powerful reminder that when we refuse to forgive, we are the ones who continue to suffer. Forgiveness is not about the other person. It's about reclaiming our peace of mind and emotional freedom. Have you ever felt the weight of holding on to a grudge? How much lighter could you feel if you chose to let it go? Forgiveness also involves recognizing our shared humanity and understanding that everyone makes mistakes. We all have moments where we act out of anger, fear, or ignorance, and we all hope for forgiveness when we do. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This introspective approach helps us cultivate empathy and compassion, both for ourselves and others. It encourages us to see beyond the immediate hurt and recognize the deeper struggles and insecurities that may have led someone to act the way they did. How would our relationships change if we approached them with this mindset of understanding rather than judgment? In modern life, the need for forgiveness is more significant than ever. With the fast-paced nature of our world and the constant bombardment of information, misunderstandings and conflicts are bound to happen. Whether it's a disagreement with a colleague, a rift with a friend, or a betrayal by a loved one, the wounds we carry can accumulate and weigh us down. But holding on to these hurts only creates more tension and stress. It prevents us from moving forward and fully enjoying the present moment. Think about a time when you held on to a grudge. How much energy did it drain from you? How much joy did it steal from your daily life? Forgiveness is about choosing to release that burden, to reclaim your emotional energy, and redirect it toward positive, life-affirming pursuits. Moreover, forgiveness is a gift to ourselves. It's a way of practicing self-care and self-compassion. By forgiving, we allow ourselves to heal, to move beyond the pain and into a space of growth and learning. The famous saying by Buddha, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned," illustrates this concept perfectly. Anger and resentment are destructive emotions that harm us more than anyone else. By letting go of these negative emotions, we make room for love, joy, and inner peace. What would your life look like if you chose to release all the anger and bitterness you've been holding on to? Forgiveness also fosters resilience. When we learn to forgive, we build the strength to overcome adversity and bounce back from challenges. It teaches us to see every setback as an opportunity for growth rather than a permanent defeat. In this way, forgiveness is a powerful tool for personal development. It allows us to transform pain into wisdom, to learn from our experiences, and to emerge stronger and more compassionate. Think of it as emotional alchemy, turning the lead of past hurts into the gold of self-awareness and personal growth. How much more resilient could you become if you embraced forgiveness as a daily practice? However, it's important to note that forgiveness does not mean condoning harmful behavior or forgetting the lessons learned. It doesn't mean allowing others to repeatedly hurt us or ignoring the boundaries we need to set for our own well-being. Forgiveness is about letting go of the emotional charge that keeps us tied to the past. It's about acknowledging the pain, learning from it, and then choosing to move forward with grace and wisdom. It's about understanding that holding on to anger does not change the past, but can significantly affect our present and future. Are there any past hurts you are holding on to that are affecting your current life and relationships? One practical approach to cultivating forgiveness is through mindfulness and self-reflection. Start by acknowledging the hurt and the impact it has had on you. Allow yourself to feel the pain without judgment. Then, consider the broader context. What might have caused the other person to act the way they did? What unmet needs or insecurities were at play? By broadening our perspective, we can begin to soften our hearts and open the door to forgiveness. Reflect on this quote from Mahatma Gandhi: "The weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong." This reminds us that forgiveness is a courageous act, a demonstration of inner strength and resilience. As we conclude this lesson on the art of forgiveness, it's essential to recognize that forgiveness is a process, not a one-time event. It requires patience, compassion, and a willingness to let go of the ego. But the rewards of forgiveness are profound: peace of mind, emotional freedom, and healthier, more meaningful relationships. So, ask yourself, who in your life do you need to forgive? What past hurts are you still carrying, and how are they affecting your happiness today? Remember, by choosing to forgive, you are choosing to live a life unburdened by the weight of resentment and anger. You are choosing to reclaim your peace and joy. Are you ready to take that step toward freedom and healing? The choice is yours, and it begins with a single act of forgiveness. Lesson 11. The power of self-discipline. Self-discipline begins with the mastery of your thoughts. If you don't control what you think, you can't control what you do. This insight by Napoleon Hill perfectly captures the essence of self-discipline, a fundamental quality that can transform every aspect of your life. But have you ever thought about what self-discipline really means? It's not about denying yourself pleasures or living a life of strict rules and deprivation. Instead, it's about developing the inner strength to focus on what truly matters and to follow through with your commitments, even when it's hard. Think about it. Every successful person, from athletes to business leaders, has one trait in common: the power of self-discipline. But how often do we stop to consider its importance in our own lives? How many times have we set goals, only to abandon them at the first sign of difficulty or distraction? What would your life look like if you had the self-discipline to consistently pursue your goals and dreams without getting sidetracked? Consider the story of Jocko Willink, a retired Navy SEAL officer turned author and podcaster. He wakes up at 4:30 every morning, without fail, to exercise and prepare for the day ahead. For Jocko, self-discipline is freedom. He believes that by mastering our impulses and sticking to a disciplined routine, we gain freedom from laziness, from fear, and from a lack of direction. As he often says, discipline equals freedom. This might seem paradoxical at first. How can discipline, which feels like a constraint, actually lead to freedom? But when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. When you discipline yourself to follow a healthy diet, you gain the freedom of good health. When you discipline yourself to manage your time well, you gain the freedom to accomplish more and enjoy your leisure without guilt. How different would your life be if you could embrace this mindset of self-discipline, seeing it not as a burden, but as a tool for greater freedom and success? Self-discipline also teaches us to delay gratification. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with instant gratification, from fast food to social media likes, it's easy to lose sight of the benefits of patience and perseverance. But the Stoics, like Epictetus, taught us that no great thing is created suddenly. This wisdom reminds us that the most rewarding achievements in life, whether it's building a successful career, maintaining a strong relationship, or achieving personal growth, require consistent effort over time. They cannot be rushed. Think of self-discipline as a muscle that strengthens with use. The more you practice it, the stronger it becomes, and the easier it is to resist temptations and distractions that pull you away from your long-term goals. Have you ever set a goal and stuck with it, even when it was difficult? How did that make you feel when you finally achieved it? That sense of accomplishment is the direct result of self-discipline. Let's bring this idea into a modern context. Consider the story of someone trying to get fit. At first, the idea is exciting. They buy new workout clothes, sign up for a gym membership, and set ambitious fitness goals. But soon, the initial excitement wears off, and reality sets in. Early morning workouts, muscle soreness, the temptation of skipping a session for a cozy lie-in. This is where self-discipline comes into play. It's easy to go to the gym when you're motivated, but true progress happens when you show up on the days you don't feel like it. Self-discipline is what pushes you out of bed at 5 a.m., what keeps you on the treadmill when you'd rather be watching TV, and what encourages you to choose a healthy meal over fast food. Over time, this discipline pays off, and the individual starts seeing results: better health, increased energy, and a boost in confidence. But it all starts with that choice to be disciplined, day in and day out. What areas of your life could benefit from this kind of commitment and discipline? Self-discipline is also crucial in managing our emotions and reactions. How often have you said or done something in the heat of the moment, only to regret it later? By practicing self-discipline, we learn to pause, to think before we act, and to respond rather than react. This is particularly important in our relationships, both personal and professional. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, said, Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power. This reflects the idea that true power comes from self-control. When we master our impulses and emotions, we navigate life's challenges with greater wisdom and clarity. Think about a recent conflict or challenge. How might things have turned out differently if you had approached it with a disciplined mind, calmly assessing the situation before acting? In our fast-paced modern world, self-discipline might seem like an outdated concept, but it is more relevant than ever. With endless distractions at our fingertips, the ability to stay focused and disciplined is a superpower. Whether it's committing to learning a new skill, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, or simply managing your time more effectively, self-discipline is the key that unlocks the door to success and fulfillment. It's not about perfection, but about persistence. It's not about never faltering, but about getting back up each time you do. As Aristotle famously said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. This reminds us that the small, disciplined actions we take every day add up to create a life of excellence. So, how can you start cultivating self-discipline in your own life today? Start small. Pick one area of your life where you want to improve, whether it's waking up earlier, eating healthier, or focusing more at work. Set clear, achievable goals and commit to them daily. Remember, self-discipline is not about making one big, grand gesture. It's about making consistent, deliberate choices every day. Reflect on the words of Marcus Aurelius, who said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is a powerful reminder that we are in control of our thoughts, our actions, and ultimately our lives. What step can you take today to start strengthening your self-discipline? What could you achieve if you made self-discipline a daily practice? It's essential to remember that this quality is not innate. It's learned and developed through consistent practice. It's about building the mental and emotional strength to do what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It's about choosing long-term benefits over short-term pleasures. And most importantly, it's about taking control of your life and directing it toward your highest goals. So, I challenge you to reflect on your life and ask yourself, where can I be more disciplined? What goals am I not reaching because I'm allowing distractions and excuses to get in the way? Remember, the journey to a better life starts with a single step. Are you ready to take it? The power of self-discipline is within you. Unleash it and watch your life transform. Thank you for being here and joining us in today's video. Should know to improve your life forever through Stoicism. Which lesson resonated most with you, and how do you plan to apply it in your daily life? We'd love to hear about your experiences or any insights you have on incorporating Stoic principles. If you're not sure what to comment, simply share, "I'm ready to embrace Stoicism." Your thoughts and participation are always appreciated and help us grow together as a community. Lesson 12. The Gift of Giving. Remember that the happiest people are not those getting more, but those giving more. These words by H. Jackson Brown Jr. resonate deeply because they remind us of a fundamental truth that is often overlooked in our pursuit of happiness and fulfillment. The concept of giving, whether it's our time, resources, or love, has the profound ability to transform our lives in ways that go far beyond the material. But have you ever wondered why giving feels so good? Why can a simple act of kindness uplift our spirits and fill our hearts with joy? It's because giving connects us to something greater than ourselves. It taps into a shared humanity, fostering a sense of belonging, purpose, and gratitude. But how often do we consciously choose to give in our everyday lives? And how different would our world be if we made regular practice? Think about the last time you did something kind for someone else without expecting anything in return. Maybe it was helping a stranger with directions, buying coffee for a colleague, or simply listening to a friend who needed to talk. How did that make you feel? Most likely, it filled you with a sense of warmth and satisfaction. This feeling isn't just a coincidence. Science supports it. Research shows that acts of giving release endorphins in our brain, creating a helper's high, a phenomenon that not only makes us feel good, but also contributes to our overall well-being. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By choosing to focus on others and engage in acts of kindness, we naturally cultivate more positive thoughts and therefore, a happier, more fulfilled life. Have you ever considered that giving could be the key to unlocking your own happiness? Moreover, giving helps us break free from the cycle of materialism that often dominates our lives. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with messages to buy more, have more, and be more, it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that our worth is tied to what we own. But true wealth, as the Stoics believed, comes not from what we have, but from what we give. Epictetus, another Stoic sage, taught that wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. By giving, we shift our focus from accumulating to contributing, from taking to sharing. This shift in mindset not only lightens our emotional load, but also enhances our sense of community and connection with others. Imagine a world where people prioritized giving over receiving, where generosity was the norm rather than the exception. How much richer in spirit and connection would we all be? Consider the story of Bill Gates, one of the richest men in the world, who, along with his wife Melinda, decided to give away a significant portion of their wealth through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Gates has often spoken about how the act of giving has brought him more fulfillment than any amount of money ever could. Through their philanthropic work, they've funded projects that fight poverty, improve global health, and expand access to education. This decision wasn't driven by the need for recognition, but by a deep understanding that real wealth is measured not by what we keep, but by what we give. How many of us could find similar fulfillment by making giving a more integral part of our lives? What causes are close to your heart that you could support, not necessarily with money, but with time, effort, or skills? In our daily lives, giving can take many forms. It doesn't always have to be about money. It can be as simple as giving your time to a friend in need, sharing your knowledge with someone who could benefit, or offering a genuine compliment to brighten someone's day. These small acts of kindness may seem insignificant, but they can have a profound impact. As the Dalai Lama said, "If you want others to be happy, practice compassion. If you want to be happy, practice compassion." This idea reflects a fundamental truth. Giving is a two-way street. While it benefits others, it equally enriches us, fostering empathy, understanding, and connection. How different would your day look if you made a conscious effort to give a little more of yourself to others? Furthermore, giving nurtures a sense of gratitude. When we give, we are reminded of our own blessings, which in turn fosters a deeper appreciation for what we have. Gratitude and giving go hand in hand, each reinforcing the other in a beautiful cycle. When we focus on giving, we are less likely to dwell on what we lack and more likely to be grateful for what we have. This shift in focus from scarcity to abundance can significantly improve our mental and emotional well-being. It can make us more resilient, more optimistic, and more connected to those around us. What would happen if you started every day by asking yourself, "How can I give back today?" How might this practice change not only your day, but your entire outlook on life? But let's be honest, giving isn't always easy. It requires us to step outside of our comfort zones, to open our hearts, and sometimes to make sacrifices. Yet, it is precisely this challenge that makes giving so powerful. It stretches us, encourages us to grow, and often, in the process, reveals the best version of ourselves. Just like physical exercise strengthens our bodies, the practice of giving strengthens our spirits. And as with any exercise, the more we do it, the easier it becomes and the more natural it feels. As Seneca wisely noted, "No man was ever wise by chance." Wisdom, like generosity, is cultivated through intentional, repeated practice. What steps can you take today to start building a habit of giving? As we reflect on this lesson, it's crucial to understand that the gift of giving is not just about the act itself, but about the intention behind it. True giving comes from a place of love, compassion, and a genuine desire to help others. It's about making a positive impact, no matter how small, and recognizing that every act of kindness contributes to a greater good. It's about living in alignment with our values and understanding that we are all interconnected. The more we give, the more we receive, not in material terms, but in joy, fulfillment, and a sense of purpose. So, ask yourself, what can you give today? How can you use your unique talents, resources, and time to make a difference in someone else's life? As we conclude this lesson on the gift of giving, remember that every act of giving, no matter how small, creates a ripple effect that extends far beyond what we can see. By choosing to give, we not only enrich the lives of others but also transform our own. We build a life filled with meaning, purpose, and deep, abiding joy. Are you ready to embrace the gift of giving and see how it can change your life for the better? The power is in your hands and the choice is yours. Start today, give generously, and watch as the world and your own life transforms in beautiful, unexpected ways. As we wrap up today's exploration of the 12 powerful Stoic life lessons, I encourage you to take these timeless principles and weave them into the fabric of your daily life. Remember, true growth comes not just from understanding these lessons, but from applying them consistently. Whether it's embracing silence to foster inner peace, practicing gratitude to cultivate happiness, or learning to let go of what we cannot control, each of these teachings offers a pathway to a more fulfilling, balanced, and resilient life. Now I'd love to hear from you. Which lesson resonated most with you today? How do you plan to incorporate Stoicism into your daily routine? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire someone else on their journey. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life. For more content on how ancient wisdom can guide us in modern times, let's continue this journey together towards personal growth and a deeper understanding of what it means to live well.